Hello? Are we live, baby? Hold on. I think we're live. Welcome back, ladies and gents. My name is Deeps, your number one failed paranormal detective. And like a wayward father, I am back on YouTube. I believe there is just a few seconds of delay between the streams, but we're back on both ends, Twitch and YouTube. I went away for some milk on the YouTube. I don't know why I'm holding a pen, but I went away to get some milk, hanging out on Twitch, and we're back here on the YouTube. Now again, there is going to be a little bit of delay between both streams. I think Twitch is a little faster, but we're back with some gunpla builds. Now, I also do have to apologize. I haven't been streaming the last few days on Twitch. You'll find me streaming frequently at the moment on Twitch, on twitch.tv/deepschico. I haven't been feeling myself lately, which is why I decided to purchase for myself some Gundams, starting with today's delectable choice, which is the O Gundam. This is kind of the first time we're co-streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, but I'm mainly streaming on Twitch, and then the YouTube side is the one that's backing off things. So let me know if it's if it's bad or good. I can check right now. I don't know if I have people coming in right now, but yeah, we are back, baby. Oh, I promised. I promised that we would be co-streaming on Twitch and YouTube for gunpla or hand cam builds, and I clearly lied because I haven't been doing that. But we're back. Okay, YouTube seems good. Hold on, let me see if I can hear myself. We're live on YouTube. I think I need to check Twitch too, because you never know when it comes to co-streaming. You never know what it asks of me. You never know how things go. So it's always, these very, very difficult, beautiful things in life that I have to check. Oh, and we're good on both ends. So yeah, I haven't done this in a while. Let's see if I can manage. Right, let's see if I can manage. But yeah, so today we're building the O Gundam. As you can see, it's a blue box, or it's a blue Bandai sign, so it's relatively a new print within the last 5 years. What was I gonna say? Hold on. So, yeah, there's really not much for us here to work with. We do have Exia R2 as kind of like our guest of honor. Thematically, it wasn't this color of the O Gundam that went off or went to fight Exia, but we work what we can get with. So, I haven't opened this. I just removed like the little fucking shit. Oh, we're always gonna be scuffed, baby. It's always never-ending cycle of scuffery exists in this realm. But yeah, we're going to, we're just gonna build this. This is my first time ever seeing this kit. I haven't built the colored version. I haven't built any version, frankly, of the O Gundam. But I'm assuming we're gonna be working with our good old friends, runners. Not runners. I can't even English. See, I haven't been myself in a long time. But I'm assuming we're going to be working with polycaps. There it is. Let me get this out of the way, because this is just here for color reference, really. Just to show you guys how the colors are. But yeah. So, that's the side of the box. It says new, but this is like a 10-year-old kit. Beautiful. Actually, no, I think this is a 15-year-old kit, actually, now that It's very thin. It's a very thin kit. And I did buy other kits. 2009. So, 15? 16 years? I did buy other mobile suits, but we'll check those later. But yeah, this is the box. This is the last you're going to see for today, I believe, of this box. This beautiful box. And it's rather thin. I don't expect us to be like here for hours. Like, look, honestly. 2 plastics. So we could take our time. I could dilly-dally. So it has the wings. I was kind of hoping it would have a base. Like a Gundam base. But it doesn't. The wings are very floppy. I'm a little disappointed at that, but it's a little iridescent, right? So we'll see this in action later. We have here the manual. Oh my god. It's been a while. Small manual. Oh, Gundam. Here's Ribbons Allmark. Revival was the purple-haired one. Don't ask about the name. But yeah, this is Oh Gundam, Ribbons Allmark. Beam gun. Yeah, this is the other color, the one that's more in line with the Granddaddy Gundam. But I wonder, does this come? So Exia R2 didn't come with a beam saber effect. I'm wondering if this thing does. I would be so mad if it does. Also, I was kind of hoping that the GN colored Gundam base came with this kit. I'm disappointed that it's not, but it's almost expected. There doesn't seem to be. Look, it's really short, so we'll be here for just a quick moment. This stream won't last too long, kids. Don't worry about it. I won't let you suffer that much. There doesn't seem to be much extra parts here. I do see. Where's my thing? Pointy thing. I do see that there is a few no-nos, but I'm assuming these are like the GN condensers that come with this version of the O Gundam. That's what I'm assuming. Does it come with... I hope this thing comes with a beam saber effect. Okay. This seems to be a rather simple kit. Simplistic, you know. I don't think we're going to be here for too long now. Now, we could be here for long if I just don't focus, which is on brand and not too far from reality. So this, we're just going to keep this in the plastic. We'll take it out when we need it. Oh, are you kidding me, Bandai? Holy fucking shit. It doesn't come with a beam saber effect. This is bad. Legit? It doesn't. Holy shit, it really doesn't come with a beam saber effect. Like, they really cheaped out on this. Like, they gave us like the butterfly wing effects that come from like the GN drive, but they don't give us like the beam saber. That is fucked up, Bandai. They don't give us a beam saber. They give us this, which is fine. But they don't give us a beam saber? Wow. Wow. You know, that breaks my heart. I'm not gonna lie. That kind of breaks my heart that they don't give you a beam saber. I mean, like, in a way, beam sabers should kind of be a dime a dozen, right? If you really think about it. Just, I guess, you know, budget cuts for this mold. It was, so I bought this on sale last, I think, Labor Day, or yeah, a few weeks ago. And so I got it on sale. And it was like around 15 bucks on this, in this store. Holy shit, this is... Dude, this is a 3-runner kit. It's A, B, and C. Like, there's literally nothing else here. Wow! I mean, okay, first of all, this is a very monochromatic kit. It's literally the only areas of color. And to be honest, I'm not even sure if it's truthfully colored. Like, there's like some... We have like some pale yellow, like some like washed out yellows and whites. But truthfully speaking, I think this kit should just be like gray. Except for like, yeah, the animation arts, you know what I mean? Like it looks like it should be just gray with the like the chin and the V fin being the only coloration, but we have these little washed out stickers for yellow, and yeah, it looks like they want I don't yeah, this thing shouldn't have any color, I don't believe. Or maybe it's because it's too gray. We'll see. I mean, we'll build per instruction. You know, I'm not one to say no to instructions. But today we're gonna be drinking some green tea ice. The ice is melted. And yeah, let's rock and roll, baby. Hold on. Ah, God. We do have XCR2 here, just for comparisons, right? Like again, this isn't the perfect battle, but it's fine. All right, let's get started. I am a bit tired. I'm not gonna lie. I am a bit tired, but I think because I'm a bit tired, and this is a 3-runner, we might end up building more gunpla. I'm not gonna lie. We shall see. Hey, Fruit, how you doing, buddy? By the way, Fruit, we are also co-streaming. We're back in action on YouTube for hand cam. We're back in action. But yeah, let's just start. Oh, I'm coming out. I want the world to know how to let it show. Coming. Sorry. C1, okay. Oh, bad news, my friend. So, about that. About the job. So, I went through like one final round with the CEO. And this was like, so I had a round with the... So, bad news, you already know I didn't get the job. But I basically had a round with the HR, round with the COO, a written test, an in-office interview with like the team lead and another agent, and then I went to like a 15-minute Zoom interview with the CEO. So that's essentially 5 steps, and I didn't get the job. Sucks. Sucks to be me. But yeah, I didn't get the job. But you know, what are you gonna do, right? Sucks to be me. But yeah, no job, unfortunately. No occupation. No trabajo. As they say. But you know, you live and you learn. I don't know what I learned. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't confident during like after the CEO interview, but I also wasn't like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Like, you already got me through 5 rounds. And they were like, we'll contact you, early next week, which was this week. And they contacted me like Thursday. So I was like, oh, I didn't get the job. But confirmation that I didn't get the job is the worst part. You know? But it's okay. We live and we learn. We'll keep streaming. We'll keep dreaming. You know? I'm coming out. So I haven't been streaming the last few days because I haven't been feeling myself. But I will be back. I will be back. You know what I mean? We're going to fight back. We're going to bounce back. We're going to live back. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Oh. But yeah, you should see me more often now. You should be seeing me a lot more often, a little bit more. Or as the usual stuff. Usual frequency. Also, I haven't really been feeling any of the games we've been playing recently. I'm kind of thinking of... I don't know if anyone's interested in watching me play... What's it called? Mortuary Assistant? A few lifetimes ago, I did play Mortuary Assistant. Lifetimes ago. I played it. But I didn't really have anybody in chat to help me through the process. So maybe hopefully now we'll have people show up and help me through the process of the Mortuary Assistant. So maybe we'll play it. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. I need something that brings me life, you know? Sparks joy. A game that sparks joy. Not to say that like Persona and Batman don't spark joy. It's just that, you know, I need something. Some pick-me-up. The worst part is, last Wednesday, I believe, I played the demo for Digimon Time Strangers, the upcoming Digimon game. And that sparked my joy. But unfortunately, that game comes out like October. So, like, fuck am I gonna do? Fuck am I gonna do? So, you know. But it was a good game. I'm excited to play Digimon Time Strangers. And I'd be lying if I said that I was excited for Pokemon. Like, no, okay, look, you know, we're listening to Pokemon music right now. Big Pokemon fan. We love Pokemon here in this household. But nothing about the ZA Pokemon trailer or nothing about it really spoke to me. So I'm kind of like 50-50 on buying Pokemon ZA at the moment because of that. So speaking of 50-50, I tried to sand this little nub mark, but this is closer to a stress mark, and I don't think I'll be able to get the result I desire here from just sanding this. So I'm gonna try to figure this out. But yeah, we're definitely gonna be playing Digimon Time Strangers. However, I don't know how I'm feeling about ZA. I think maybe we'll do ZA as a later entry, like we won't play it on release. We'll do it like months later. Anyway, how are you guys feeling? You know? Enough about me and my problems. I hope you guys are doing okay. Wherever you are, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having a fine Sunday or Saturday. Saturday for me, but I know some places in the world it's already Sunday. Sunday morning, rain is falling. Still so close, so scared. You doing okay? You seem like you're doing okay. You seem like you're doing okay, Fruit. That's good. All right. I really don't know what the stinky cheese means. I usually see that when I do something bad. You guys usually send that shit when I do something I fuck up. So I'm assuming it's negative. But for the context of this, I'm assuming it's a positive. Okay. So the sanding did kind of help a little bit. Right? But then it is kind of like a stress snub mark. So I doubt we'll see much improvement. Also, again, this is a 3-runner kit. And this is just the polycaps. So A, B, and C. So this should be a short build, but I think we're gonna prolong the suffering for us by me trying to do this well. Also, I said earlier in my intro that like a wayward father, I disappeared on YouTube for like 2 months, promising that I would do hand cams multi-stream, and I didn't do that, but now we are doing that. So Dad is back with milk. a wayward father. Oh my god. You know, it's so confusing what platform is best to stream on. Like, there's a lot of drama surrounding Twitch right now with the view bots and things not counting towards views, stuff like that, right? There's a lot of drama to that. And in YouTube, there's a lot of drama with that too. So I don't know. You know, I don't know where the best place to go is. You know, usually they say go to where your people are. I don't know. You know? And I don't even know if anybody watches these. I'd like to think they do. You know, and that you're not just psychosis of my mind, that I'm going insane. You could be. I could just be imagining all of you. I'd like to think that I'm that. And I'm going half crazy 'cause I can't leave you alone. That's Half Crazy by Musique Soulchild. It hasn't even been 30 minutes. And I'm wondering if it's worth me holding on. Okay, I'll be honest. I haven't been feeling myself the last few days. That's why I haven't been streaming so often. But, you know, when the mic is hot, the camera is on, I feel good. You know, I get the yap. And sometimes that's all that matters to me. That's a good thing and a bad thing. Highly dependent on any form of human interaction. Real or imagined. Shit, I'm going half crazy 'cause I can't leave you alone. And I'm wondering if it's worth me holding on. Okay, so we have a sticker here. Which one is it? This one? Yeah, it's this one. Okay. There's a lot of dust in my room 'cause my filter isn't clean 'cause I haven't switched my air filter in my apartment in a while. And then A1. You're way too beautiful, girl. That's why it'll never work. You'll have me suicidal when you say it's over. You know, we don't make songs like that anymore. Threatening non-alive. Threatening self-annihilation because a woman is so beautiful. All right. This is a bit of a hard one because, like, so this clear piece, I don't know if you can see it, has like a little bit of a tab over here that it's supposed to like lock in and align, but I'm not sure if maybe I just didn't cut the clear piece cleanly enough that it's not going through. Oh, also, if you follow me on Twitter or X or Exeter, however you want to call that social media platform formerly known as Twitter, I've been watching movies. I've also been watching TV series that I've been meaning to watch. One movie that stood out to me was a movie called Seven. I actually haven't seen Seven before I did watch it. So I watched Seven, and man, is Seven really, really good. Like, even after knowing basically the entire story of Seven. Oh, that's cool. Even knowing that basically the entire story, how it ends, what happens to each character in the movie Seven, it still is functionally an amazing movie, and it still grips you. Like, the plot still is enticing. The characters are very believable. they feel, I don't want to say they feel real, because of course like there is some level of fabrication to the characters and how they're portrayed, but it feels like a very driven movie that you want to watch. So if you haven't seen Seven with Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman, give it a watch, because it's really good. You saw 7 years ago. Like, here's the thing, it's David Fincher, right? And weirdly enough, I like his shit, but I don't seek it out. I know some people really seek out like his movies and stuff, but I don't. I remember stumbling on, hold on, let me just double check if it's David Fincher. All right, hold on. I know it. I feel like it is. Oh, thank God it is. Okay, so so I don't usually seek out David Fincher movies, but when I get to watch them, it's always like, this is fucking good. The first David Fincher movie I really saw, and it was on accident, was Zodiac. And I really loved Zodiac with Jake Gyllenhaal, Robert Downey Jr., and Mark Ruffalo. Like, that movie, like, it has no satisfying end, just like Seven. If you really think about Seven, there's really no satisfying end, but it's just a movie that brings you into its world. It's a very horrible world, but its presentation, the feel of the world, as bad as it is, it's enticing and it's magnetic, and the characters are very good. Like, I guess it's because like I didn't grow up in the 90s, and I didn't really watch a lot of movies back then when I was a kid, or really like not high intellectual, but popular movies that weren't like popcorn movies. That like you get to see the performances of like Morgan Freeman and Brad Pitt, and they're really good. Like you start to realize why people really idolize like actors like Brad Pitt, Morgan Freeman, Tom Cruise, Leonardo DiCaprio, like like staple names in movies that like that are just like not throwaway names, but then like their names thrown away or like thrown around movies nowadays, and they're good movies, but you're like, oh yeah, it's Leonardo DiCaprio. It's almost like standard names in the industry, and you forget how good they are at what they do. Also, Gwyneth Paltrow was in Seven. She was the wife of Brad Pitt. I didn't know that too, but yeah, I like Seven, and I also really liked Zodiac. But yeah, David Fincher's movies are always those movies I find myself liking, and at the end of the day, I find myself gravitating towards, but I never seek them out, which is weird to say, because like they kind of fit the movies or like the subgenre I like, which is like semi-detective noir stuff. And speaking of semi-detective noir stuff, I've been watching the Hannibal series, the one with Mads Mikkelsen, the one that aired like that was released like or premiered 2013 and had like 3 seasons. I watched it the entirety last night of like that season 1 of Hannibal, and it's really good. Hannibal's really like it's not so. I'm in the middle of reading. I can't believe I'm saying. I admit that I admit that I'm reading things, but I clearly can't say anything. But yeah, I'm in the middle of reading The Red Dragon, which is the book that the Hannibal series is based out of, and it's the prequel to Silence of the Lambs, and it's the book that inspires and is based and is the basis of the Manhunter movie. That's another Hannibal movie that wasn't really as popular, or like the author didn't really like it because of like it wasn't as accurate as like Silence of the Lambs. But anyways, but yeah, so I watched Hannibal, and I'm in the middle of reading The Red Dragon, and the Hannibal series is based out of the Red Dragon book, but its stories and like its plot and its character and not its plot is completely different from the book The Red Dragon, so you can kind of just jump into it. You don't really need to read anything to watch the Hannibal series. You can come in with the knowledge that like Hannibal Lecter, psychiatrist that ate people, period. You can come into the series with that, and it will be an amazing ride. Mads Mikkelsen does a really good job at playing Hannibal Lecter. The guy who plays Will Graham is really cool. So Will Graham is like this special agent. He's not really an FBI agent, but he teaches a class on, it's not criminal psychology, but basically Will Graham has a ability. He's like a super empath. He can assume the position and thinking of someone else, specifically like sociopaths and criminals. So what he does is he basically looks at a crime scene. He looks at like a mutilated corpse. This sounds so bad. And he kind of imagines what the killer would be thinking about their design and their process as they're killing, as they're mutilating the corpse. But then because he's a super empath, it kind of affects his emotional state. And the whole like series is the relationship between Hannibal Lecter and Will Graham. And yeah, you can kind of like already guess that like Hannibal is like basically trying to groom Will Graham to be like him and stuff like that. But yeah, season 1 so far has been really good. I finished season 1. I'm in the middle of season 2. So if you're interested in stuff like that, give it a watch. The detective elements of the Hannibal series is kind of downplayed in favor of the psychological parts of it, which is Will Graham and his like suffering. Basically Will Graham suffering. So yeah, there's parts of like detective stuff right there, but it's like Will Graham basically intuits a crime scene. Like he basically has detective vision. Actually, his detective vision is even like more advanced than Batman, because he can assume the mentality and the emotions of the criminal while on the crime scene, and he can assume their design. Like he has like it's kind of like the catchphrase of the show, which is like, "This is my design." So like Will Graham goes into like his mind palace and reenacts in his head what he thinks the criminal's doing, and at the end of it, when he figures it out, he says like, "This is my design," embodying the criminal. But yeah, that series is really good. It's on Amazon TV or Amazon Prime. I like it a lot. So yeah, there's that. C2. So that's what I've been doing. I've been watching TV shows and the like. Is this supposed to be imperfect? I guess it is. Hey, Kays, how you doing? I'm lying. What do you mean? What do you mean I'm lying? This is my design. This is my design. What do you mean? You think I'm lying that I'm watching the Hannibal show, huh? You think I'm lying? You think I'm actually enacting the crimes myself? This is my design. That's why I haven't been streaming. I've actually been committing like crimes inspired by the TV show Hannibal. That's what I've been doing. Just brain still lagging. That's fine. My brain always lags, but you should already know that. Frequent viewers of the deep streams already know that my brain lags. At a frightening pace, too. I already discussed how I believe I may have early onset like Alzheimer's or dementia or some shit like that. That's just a joke. I shouldn't be joking about these things, but I do have like lapses in thought, not memory, but in thought. You guys have experienced that with me, right? I just like start talking about something and I pause and I'm like, what was I saying? Lapses. Complete and utter lapses. It is the O Gundam. That's right. It's the gray version of the O Gundam, because I much prefer the gray version rather than the recolor they did. You know, this doesn't come with a beam saber. It's only 3 runners and one like butterfly GN wings effect part, but it doesn't come with a beam saber, unfortunately. But yes, this is the O Gundam. Timu RX, exactly, baby. Exactly. Okay, it's got wings though. Hold on, let me show you guys the wings. I realize you guys weren't here when we unboxed this bad boy. It has the wings, but they didn't give us the they didn't give us any beam sabers. Like legit, there is no beam sabers in this. Just like Exia R2, it didn't come with any beam saber effect parts, and I'm kind of offended. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of offended that they didn't give any beam sabers. I feel like beam sabers are like a gimme. You know what I mean? It's like they should just have beam sabers going around like in stock. It's not like it costs them anymore. Oh, there's another O Gundam. Was it from the Punchy Gundam one? The Punchy Gundam? I can't remember the title, but was it from G Gundam or something? I feel like it would be. Oh, a mono eye. Interesting. Oh, the O. I see. But this is the O Gundam. Oh my gosh. Baby, let me love you down. Also, I'm taking my time sanding this, because this is a 3-runner kit. I'm gonna squeeze the $15 or however much I paid for. Baby, let me love you down. There's so many ways to love you. Baby, I can break you down. There's so many ways to love you. Got me like, oh my gosh, so in love. I found you finally. You make me wanna say, oh, 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 oh. Does this O Gundam have 4 arms? I don't think so. What is it? 7? Yeah, 7. Also, we are co-streaming on YouTube. So, we're back. I promised the people that we would co-stream the hand cams, and we haven't been doing that. But just like a wayward father, I come back. I always come back. Hold on. I have to put this little... Is this the right direction? Yeah, okay. Okay. I guess like this. And then... Where is everything? So which is... Does it matter? Are we in 1, 2, 3? Okay, I guess not. Baby, let me love you down. Okay. Oh, fuck. Oi. Oi. Okay, there it is. Okay. All right. Okay. Nice. No worries, Kaze. I'll do my best to keep up with your messages. Don't worry. To anybody, so since we are co-streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, I think YouTube has a bit of a delay. So don't worry. I will see your guys' comments, and I'll do my best to respond to them if I have something to respond to them with. So don't worry about it. It's like Interstellar when they're in that water planet. 1 hour here is 20 years on Earth, or some shit like that. Alright. Is this Correctamundo? It is. So we need C4, C5, A21, 22. Okay. Yeah, this is a 3-runner kit. Like, legit. This is all we have. And then a polycap set. So I'm gonna squeeze. I'm gonna milk as much time I can with this kit. So don't worry. You're here with me for a long time, not a good time. A4 and A5. Should we? It's kind of okay. I guess we do A first. Yeah, this is the problem with like older kits, is that sometimes you they use arrows to determine which goes in first. Like the shorter the one, it's the shorter the arrow, the first it goes, the piece, but it's sometimes confusing. A21 and 22. This is 21. And then 22 goes onto the side. Okay. Baby, let me love you down. I gotta stop singing that Usher song. Oh, 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 oh my gosh. Oh, I didn't know that they had like the ticking sound in Interstellar. I didn't know that. It's been a while since I've seen Interstellar. Like, legitimately, I saw it in the theaters the first time. And I don't remember how or why. No, I don't remember why we watched it during one of my philosophy classes in college, but we did. I think it was because we were discussing time. Time in relation to the other, or something like that. But yeah, I've seen it like multiple times, but I never caught that detail where like there's a ticking sound that represents like the passing time on the water planet. Also, it's been overstated, I think, but like it would be like the guy who was left on the station while they were in the water world. That was fucked, huh? Like, imagine having to wait like 15 years or however he waited. I've been waiting for 20 years. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Talk about almost losing your mind. It's a really cool sound detail though. Like a specific sound effect, like a tick, to indicate the passage of time. Yeah, I don't remember what the calculation was. Was it like 5 years every hour or something, or every 30 minutes? I don't need to sand this. I may have damaged it a bit. As per usual. I can't comment on the science of Interstellar. All I know is, I'm gonna be completely honest, I would not have gone to that water planet. Not because of like losing time or whatever, but because I'm not a fan of water. Like deep water trenches and stuff. So like if that water shit came out, I'm like, alright, Matthew McConaughey, you're on your own. Alright. It was Anne Hathaway, right? Alright, Matthew McConaughey, Anne Hathaway, you guys, I'm staying up here even if I have to wait 20 years. I would not want to go down to that water planet. Just because I don't like the idea of the water planet. Like, who knows what could be there? Yeah, it's a water planet. For Christ's sakes. There could be water creatures. Inhospitable. Alright. That was from Dazed and Confused. I haven't seen the movie. There's like one line. Back when I was like in high school. Which was like, now that I think about it, that was a creepy ass line. But there was a line in Dazed and Confused that was like, oh god, I'm kind of scared to repeat it. It was like, that's what I like about them. I'm not sure if it was high school or college girls, but basically it's like, I get older, they stay the same age. Like, that's legitimately a line Matthew McConaughey's character says in Dazed and Confused. I get older, they stay the same age. And now looking back, that's kind of creepy. And I think, it was definitely meant to be creepy. Alright. Do. Also, I'll show you guys the other Gundams or mobile suits model kits that I bought during the Labor Day sale. And I've always wanted to get the O Gundam, but there was another mobile suit model kit that I really wanted to get for a very long time. And the store that I had purchased from just so happens to have stock of it, and so I decided to bite the bullet and buy it. But give me just a second before I show you guys. Before we do a show and tell. Yeah, I think I'm doing a pretty swell job sanding. The problem is a lot of the nub marks are stress marks, so there's not much I could realistically do. So yeah, you know what? Let me finish up step 1. Again, I'm taking it slow as to milk this entire set, this 3-runner set, but we'll take it slow. Well, hold on, Kaze, stay with me now. Let me finish this part. Let me finish building out this part, and I will answer your question with something that is relevant to your question. I do like the idea of a gray mobile suit. Especially from a kit building perspective. Leaves very little room for error in terms of nub marks. Okay, so was I planning to get the newly announced 30-minute missions Armored Core Fires of Rubicon sets? No. Because I am aware of the existence of the Armored Core 30-minute missions kits to the point that I did purchase the Nightfall one, the Raven. These were all on like, don't mind the fucked up box. But yeah, I don't know about the newly announced ones because from the current lineup they had, there was like 3, right? There was this, there was the blue one, I forgot the name, and then there was the other grunt suit. This is the only one that I really liked. I liked the blue one, forgot its name, but I don't know, it didn't really speak to me as a kid, especially with its chicken legs. Now, as for the newly announced ones, I don't know. I'll have to see them, but I'll make a decision on whether, first, if I like the designs, and then I'll make a decision of if I'll buy them later on after building this Armored Core kit, because I've built the very first generation of 30-minute mission stuff. I like them. I had like a purple Alto or something. I'll have to look at the box. I forgot its name, but we'll see. And honestly, the Armored Core ones are kind of expensive. Now, second Gundam. Hyakushiki, baby, or gunpla rather. I've always wanted the Hyakushiki. I forget if this is the injection molded one or the spray painted plated one. I'm hoping this is the spray painted plated one, but I could be wrong. We could be in a hell of a ride. But I've always wanted a Hyakushiki. So we'll build this sometime in the future. And I haven't forgotten about Plutone Black. We're gonna build Plutone Black, but I kind of want to save Plutone Black a little bit. The new Armored Core ones are chicken feet. Yeah, I don't. In the game, the chicken feet are cool, especially if you're like light to medium build. I think they can only handle up to medium builds. But I don't know. I didn't really fuck with it in a mobile suit perspective, and I saw some review, or like in a model kit perspective, and I saw some reviews where like it was kind of flimsy, the chicken feet. So the curry shiki, yeah, the injection molded one, right? The one that's like the plastic is like a mixture. I much prefer that. I'm not gonna lie, I much prefer the injection molded one rather than the plated one. But yeah, as for Armored Core, I don't know if I'm buying the new ones, but we bought this one. We bought that one. Also, again, I don't know if you guys follow me on Twitter, X, the social media site formerly known as Twitter, but someone in my fucking apartment gym, yeah, they fucking stole the dumbbells, like the free weight dumbbells, from 2.5 to 25. Like, this motherfucker stole that. And like, I was at the gym, right? And hold on, let me see if I have a picture of it. I walked into my gym and it looked like that. And I was so surprised. I was like, you know, like that John Travolta Pulp Fiction meme where he was just like, huh? I literally walked into my gym and I was like, huh? And I was so perplexed and shocked that I literally went to like the leasing office and I was like, hey, I got a question. In the gym, the weights, and then before I even completed my sentence, the lady who works in the leasing office, she was like, yeah, I'm sorry, sir, someone stole the weights. They came in late at night with a duffel bag and stole the weights ranging from 2.5 pounds to 25 pounds. And I was like, what the fuck? And even the leasing office agent was like, yeah, you can tell she was perplexed because, like, why would you? I mean, somebody always has a reason to steal, valid or not. They'll always steal if they want to, but it's like, man, what the fuck? And then this is also, I go to this gym, always on accident at the same time this other guy does. And I was like, hey, bro, did you know someone stole the weights? And he's like, what? Yeah. Someone stole the free weights from 2.5 to 25 pounds. He's like, what the fuck? And he went to look at it. He went to look at the rack, the weights rack, and he was like, what the fuck, man? It's like, who steals that? Like, Jesus Christ. But yeah. That's the day in my life, or the week in my life. The underwater Armored Core? I don't remember that, actually. Was there an underwater mission in Armored Core? I don't remember that. Granted, it doesn't feel like it, or, you know, it feels like it's been forever, but it also doesn't feel like it's been forever. But it has been 2 years since Armored Core Tales of Rubicon was released. So it's actually been a while. In terms of gaming. So I don't remember much of the details, unfortunately. The underwater one? Yeah, let me know if you find the name. Because I don't remember an underwater mission. I'm not saying that there isn't. My memory's just not that good. There's the Alzheimer's. Granted, throughout my Armored Core, you can find it on YouTube. Throughout my whole gameplay, I was just blasting shit. Also, I'm not sure if I shared this, but last week I had the opportunity to to play Helldivers with my friends, my buddies again. It was just like a casual game, nothing serious, you know, because like I'm a noob, and honestly, we just play for like fun. But we played like the level with this dune worm, Shai Halud. And it's like it's like level 7 or something before Shai Halud comes out in what's it called? In Helldivers. And every time Shai Halud came out, I was like, oh shit, it's Shai Halud, and I got like a stratagem to like carpet bomb it. It doesn't kill Shai Halud, but I'm like, you know what? It leaves a message. It pisses Shai Halud off. Hold on, I see you on YouTube, Kaze. Give me a second. Let me Google that. What's it called? Beskay Rotel Water. Shai Halud. Oh, isn't this a 30-minute? Isn't this a standard 30-minute missions one though? This isn't Armored Core though, right? I have seen this. I have seen like concepts of this. But this is just 30-minute missions, right? This is just the standard one. You had to open YouTube for the announcement post. That's fine. That's fine. You're okay. You're okay, bud. You're alright. Is it Armored Core? Or is it just 30mm? Shy Halud. Ah, really? You know what? I'm not too interested in it. I'm not too interested in it, unfortunately. It's too, I don't know. I guess it's too much of a wide boy for me. I mean, that's weird to say because I typically like wide kits, but maybe it is too much of a wide boy for me. In the spirit of us taking our time, I'm gonna panel line. I'm not even panel lining panel lines. I'm just panel lining outlines too. The other one. It doesn't have chicken feet. What was the name of the other one? Okay, hold on. Let me finish panel lining and I will Google that one. I thought it was like writ of habeas corpus. It's the because of the corp and the arquebus. I was like habeas corpus. The evidence of a body. Hold on, let me just. That's what it means. Habeas corpus. I believe that's what it means. Don't quote me on that. Habeas corpus. I should play Ace Attorney, huh? One of these days. I have the game. The only problem is I don't like to read out loud because I can't. I can, but I do it poorly. But maybe I should. It's not like I have a job. I got time. Okay, I'm almost there. Hold on. I could just put the pen down and Google now, but that doesn't seem right, you know? That doesn't seem like the correct way to do things. Okay, hold on. I will Google that armored core kit in just a sec. And you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a young woman, man. Don't just. Oh my god. Oh, okay, let's not do that. I did see that Exia because it was going all over Twitter, and that Exia I'm very impressed because like the OG Exia, the one that's not R2, the one that's not I have here, is kind of shit. Okay, it's not very obvious what I did in panel line, but it's there. Yeah, like this Exia it's okay, but the OG Exia, like high grade Exia, is pretty shit. Okay, what was it? Aqueous Corp, writ of habeas corpus, Aqueous Corp. Oh, this one. I remember this. Yes, yes, I remember this. This is when you get jumped, right? Like there was 2 of them or something. You had to fight 2 of them. Or I could be wrong, but I remember seeing this. I'm not in love with it, but I recognize it. No, I don't know. I don't know about that one. Like I see that it looks cool, but I don't know if it's for me. Okay, hold on. Age, I didn't really like the Gundam Age stuff. I guess I don't know. I never really watched it, so it's not really for me. Hold on, let me just. Oh god, my joints are killing me, baby. All right. Ooh, baby, I love it. Okay, sorry. What was I doing? B1. All right. I am taking my sweet time with this thing. It's already been an hour, and we're just finished with this. Okay, maybe I should speed up a bit, huh? Maybe I should like. Oh, Astray. That was the purple one, right? The purple. Am I correct in saying this is the purple Astray that like transforms into like a weird Zoid too? I saw that on Twitter and I wasn't like, I don't know. Like at first I was like, yo, that looks cool, and I kind of was like thinking, do I really like it? Astray Mirage. Yeah, I know people really like the Astray. But oh fucking shit, Astray slander. But I'm kind of just okay with it, you know. Oh fuck, hold on. That's what I get for slandering the Astray frames. My god. Yeah, I'm just okay with it. It's not for me. I think I much prefer the strike mold. But actually, completely tangent, but I would love to purchase the Savior, like the high grade Savior, if it got a reprint. Like not a reprint, but then a remake, like a revive for the Athronzala Aegis. I don't think they have an Aegis, but something like the Aegis and the. Oh, this is tight. This is gonna snap. Hold on. Just gotta warm it up a bit, you know. You gotta. Oh, plastic on plastic is not sexy, especially when it's like. Okay, there it is. But yeah, what was I saying? there's the Alzheimer's. Oh yeah, I would love to build like the Savior and the Aegis. Like yeah, I would love to build the, what's it called, the Justice and Infinite Justice, but I don't know. I think I'm inclined to build Aegis and what's his face? Savior. There is a high grade Savior out, but it's not. It's old, like real old, so it may not be a pleasant experience, unfortunately. Oh yeah, you know, I did hear about that Bandai is reprinting kits. I saw that the Build Fighters kits were being reprinted in Chinese. Like it's the exact same kit, but the box art is in Chinese. Like the lettering, everything is in like Mandarin. The Build Strike kit in China, it's a no grade. Okay, but is it like the no grade of like yesteryears where like the joints don't move? Because, you know, those were like no grades. You know, no grades of back then. You got no grades Strike Freedom, or other Freedom that didn't have any joints. It could only literally move its like arms like that and its legs like that. There was no like elbows and knees. Now that's real no grades. That's a different no grade. Okay, so I know there's entry grade, right? Which is like the ones that don't come in box. Or maybe they do come in box. I've never played around with the no grade. I know I've played around with the older no grades, but I've never played around with the new no grades and the new entry grades. Heavenly Emperor. Let's see. I'm not typically a fan. Hold on, let's see. Oh. I don't know. I don't know. It is just providence, right? At the end of the day. Heavenly Emperor of Divine Will. Fucking A. It is just Providence. Speaking of Providence, they are gonna re-release Providence. So it's essentially an HG. See, here's the thing. I will buy the Providence. Like the actual Providence high grade when it gets re-released. I will buy it because I had a no grade Providence back in yesteryears, 20 years ago, when they didn't have elbows and knees. I don't even know if it was a legit gun. I'd like to think it was a legit Gundam kit. It's expensive. It's fine, you know. It's fine. I say that as I don't have a job. It's fine. I'll be okay. I'll be fine. Okay. This is... Let me just dry this out. I'm not dead. I'm just drying this thing so I can erase it. What was I gonna say? Oh, I was meaning to buy some Zoids kits, but they're very hard to find. Hold on. I legit don't know what those kits are. Oh, okay. Actually, I've read that. I think I have read that. Knights and Magic. I think I have read that. Or if not, I've not read it. I've seen it around. That mecha isekai, right? White hair boy, right? Mecha isekai, white hair boy. I think I've read like a few chapters of the manga. White hair, like he's like, yeah, white hair isekai boy, but he's like a child or something. Okay. Or maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing. I could be. Yep, there we go. Yes, I got the right one. I know what I'm talking about. Back in the day. Back in the motherfucking day. But what was I gonna say? Is anybody familiar with LBX? Little Battler's Experience. There, little Little Battler's Experience was a back in the day. That anime aired in Cartoon Network. I think it was like another mech anime. And they apparently make model kits, like Bandai official model kits of LBX. So, if you're interested, those are out there. Kamen Rider. The only Kamen Rider I know, I only know 3. And I only vaguely know them, unfortunately. Because my memory is not very good. It's the Alzheimer's. No, it's not. I only know Blade, Ryuki, and Kabuto. I do know things like Grand Caesar, Ryukendo, and that's it. So my Kamen Rider knowledge is very limited. The specific section that was localized in the Philippines or for the Philippine and Southeast Asian markets. What's funny is like Kamen Rider didn't really blow up in the Philippines so much. Like we had Ryuki, which was localized. We had Kabuto and we have Blade, but I think Thailand got a few more Kamen Riders than us, like a lot more actually. I'm thinking about it. I think Thailand got a lot more Kamen Rider series than the Philippines. Because all I remember seeing in the Philippines was Blade, Ryuki, and Kabuto, and of course the American remake of Ryuki, Dragon Knight. See, I don't even know there was a Kamen Rider 3, the movie. I am the man that walks the path of heaven, bitches. Or some shit like that. Whatever Tendo says in Kamen Rider Kabuto. Actually, because they were localized for the Philippines in English, they were called Masked Riders. The English dubs were called Masked Riders. I don't remember what they did for the Tagalog ones. The Tagalog dubs. I want to say it was also Masked Riders. But yeah, I always referred to Kamen Rider as Masked Rider, which is like the literal translation if you think about it. Okay. One, two, three. Rider kick. Sea Runner is done. Rider kick. Sorry. All my Kamen Rider references are Kabuto that I can remember. And I watched Blade and I watched Ryuki. I just can't remember anything so much. I remember my favorite Blade Kamen Rider was Chalice. Because he had that cool bow that was like his double... It was also a sword, I guess. See, I don't remember it. I don't know none of that. I don't know none of that, dog. I don't remember none of that. I don't know none of that, rather. Because I've never seen any other Kamen Rider, unfortunately. Kabuto. See, the problem with like... And this is just in general. When it comes to power scaling, is that someone has to be the most powerful, right? This is the Dragon Ball issue where like all of the Dragon Ball characters now, even Krillin potentially has the ability to like blow up the earth. And where do you go from there? Where do you, as like a series, where do you go from blowing up the earth? And this isn't just limited to like anime and manga. In comic books too, like Superman canonically can like probably punch the world strong enough and it cause it to explode. Where do you go from there? Because I think if I remember correctly, the plot of Kamen Rider Kabuto, the ending, or maybe the ending of the movie, was that he moves so fast, Godspeed Love, that like he travels in time. Like how much more? How much more power? See, you know what I mean? You destroy a time, like how much more power can you get? There's gotta be a finite limit. We have to like set in stone, like, okay, this is where we gotta stop from here, man. Okay. Alright. I will panel line and attach. Ooh, baby, I love you. Sorry. Okay. Hold on. Wait a minute. I think that I'm sorry. He's like the Flash then. He can move freely across. No, Kabuto's more like the Flash. He has to access the Speed Force first. Oh yeah. Godspeed. Hyper cast off mode. See, I still remember. Cast off. Change. Beetle. And then the worst one was the B or Zabi. Because it's like cast off. Change. Wasp. Like he becomes from the bee to the wasp in his cast off form. Rider Sting. Sorry. See, dude, I don't know who the other Kamen Riders are. I only know Kabuto. And his associate Kabuto and his associates. Gatak. Wasp? Yeah. So Zabi becomes like the Wasp or something. In Kabuto, I swear to God. This is true. No. Zabi, when he does his cast off, he becomes the Wasp. I swear to God, I heard this. I never rewatched the show, but as a kid, I heard the Zector say the Wasp. Fucking madness. It's like no. This is the dementia. It's the Alzheimer's. Cast off. Change. Beetle. In my head, he becomes the Wasp. It's still Zabi? No. In my head canon, he becomes the Wasp. Zoa. But I do remember that the B, you have to say it with a Z. Zabi. And then and I remember in the anime his like, or not an anime, the show, it was like, how do I simulate this? his cast off was that he would spin, right? Or like he would flip out the wing, or was that the sting when he does Rider's sting where he like he rotates it and then flips out the wing and then it becomes Rider's sting. Whatever. I remember I forgot what the dragonfly was called. I think it was like Drake or something. A34. 1, 2, 3. Rider kick. Though, when I'm in a nursing home, cracked out of my mind, I will still remember 1, 2, 3 rider kick. I swear to you. 1, 2, 3. Rider kick. And then clock up. Clock over. This is embedded in my mind. This you'll have to induce electroshock therapy to get rid of it. Change. Hyper Beetle. No, for the B it was Rider's Sting. I don't think he does 1, 2, 3. For the Wasp, no. For the Wasp, he doesn't. I don't think he does 1, 2, 3. I think it's just a flip. I think he just flips his like Wasp or B, whatever. He just flips his watch. If I remember correctly, which could be wrong. We've established that I'm an unreliable narrator. Exactly. There has to be, right? Has to be a cockroach. But you realize how, like, I mean, at least from what I've seen, they don't really have, like, shitty insects. I mean, they had grasshopper and locust or something. The Hopper brothers or whatever they were called. They had, like, Rider Punch and Rider Kick. The former owners of Zabi became the grasshoppers. Why the fuck do I still remember this? Jesus Christ. I should be retaining important stuff. Instead, my memory retains 1, 2, 3 Rider Kick. The Locust brothers. I call them the Hopper brothers because I remember how shitty their Zectors were. Like, they were wearing belts, right? And they had Rider jump, and then the Rider jump converts to punch or kick. But anyways, I remember they had like the belt, the Zector belt, and it flops down, and then the Locust or Grasshopper hops into it. I find that so shit. Like, I find that a shitty Zector. Like, seriously, bro? I don't know. Maybe some people like it. I find it atrocious. There we go. Punch Hopper, Kick Hopper. I just assume one of them was a Locust. Because, you know, why would both of them be Grasshoppers? But I guess they're both Grasshoppers. Also, they were kind of like shit to me because they didn't have an armored form. They didn't have a cast on and a cast off. And I can only assume it's because, like, production got too lazy to make an armored set for them, and they were like, fuck it, let's just write it in that they just have rider form. See, I'm not the only one confused as to why they don't have an armored form. And why the fuck did they, like, if I remember correctly, in the beginning of the series, it was such a problem that Tendo had Kabuto, because, like, you couldn't just find a Zector out of nowhere. Like, I forgot what the organization was called, Zect or something. Like, they were like, we only have Zabi and Kabuto, but they couldn't summon Kabuto, so they only had Zabi. And then now, like, these two assholes suddenly found, like, 2 Grasshopper Zectors out of nowhere. Like, where did these come from? The ones from the movies. There was a silver one, right? There was a bronze, silver, and golden Kamen Riders from Godspeed Love or something. Those didn't have, if I remember correct. I don't remember the movie. I watched it. I swear to you, I watched it. I just don't remember it. You can blame the potential Alzheimer's. But if I remember correctly, they didn't have armored forms. And I think one of the coolest gimmicks in Kabuto, it wasn't, for me, the coolest gimmicks in Kabuto wasn't clock up. It was the cast off, you know? Cast off was the coolest part of Kabuto. Because in a way, for me, cast off makes sense, like from a story perspective. Because like in armored form, you have armor, clearly. But you're not able to do... I don't remember. Are you able to do clock up in armored form? But let's just assume, for the sake of argumentus, or argumento, whatever, for the sake of argument, that you can't. At least like there's a trade-off, right? Like from a plot perspective, a smart Kamen Rider would be like, okay, there's the bugs. I'm gonna beat the bugs, like the horde of the bugs, like the, you know, the grunts, with like the armored form. And then when the big boss comes, I'm gonna cast off, because you can weaponize the armor from the cast off, hit whatever remaining bugs are there, hit the boss, and then we're gonna do, you know, we're gonna do clock up, and then attempt to do a rider kick. Yeah. Yeah, I think I vaguely remember that. The hyper cast off, like in the movie. I vaguely remember a fight in either a silo or a rocket ship. I vaguely remember in Kamen Rider Kabuto the movie, there was potentially a fight in like a silo or a rocket ship. Somewhere. Inside. There we go. I vaguely remember that there was some sort of confrontation in or about a rocket ship. In space. Something like that. I vaguely remember it. Because I sought out that movie. Just like I sought out Awakening of the Trailblazer. Because it didn't air anywhere until like much later on. In the Philippines. So, yeah, I sought out Godspeed Love. I didn't understand or remember anything about it. Except for like bits. Like, I remember gold, bronze, and silver. And then they fought in a rocket ship. The man who walks the path of heaven. I have vague memories of Kamen Rider. My favorite Kamen Rider from Ryuki was the Bat one, because he reminded me of Batman. Oh, God, my God. What an entertainer that I am. I am taking my sweet time with this build, like... Beautiful. Don't mind the thing. Do you mean Dark Kabuto? Oh, you know what? I think I saw a clip of that case where there was like a corrupted Kabuto, right? Wasn't there like some sort of drama that like the original actor for Tendo had like some issues with Sunrise, that's why he couldn't come back as Kabuto or some shit like that? You know, but I'll be honest, Kabuto will always be the man, will always be Tendo to me. The man who walks the path of heaven or some shit like that. I'm surprised that in Zayo, or maybe they thought about it but avoided it. I'm surprised that if it was evil riders, that they didn't just go with like you know how there's always a dark rider? There's always a dark version of the common riders, like the main hero common riders. I'm surprised they didn't do that instead. I can understand why they didn't do it, because it's kind of cheap. Like, it feels cheap to just do that, but would have been cool. But hell, what do I know? I still remember the theme song to Kamen Rider Dragon Knight, the American remake of Kamen Rider Ryuki. Kamen Rider Dragon Knight, together we could fight the fight, so let's ride! I don't know if anybody ever watched that show. See, unfortunately, I really don't know who that is. I don't know a Kamen Rider Phase. So, no comment, unfortunately. I guess it's one of those unfortunate things where I think if Kamen Rider kept showing up in the Philippines, I probably would have been a bigger fan. Like, legitimately. If only like it kept getting syndicated in the Philippines, I probably would be a bigger fan. Flip phone. I think I saw that. I think I saw those. I think I saw clips of those. Isn't there a new Kamen Rider? The one where he's wearing like a sling bag? It sounds so reductive to say the one who's wearing a sling bag. But right? There is a new one. Like that's the new series, the one who wears like a sling bag. Zets or something? Why are we applying a sticker? Oh, fuck me. Okay. The VFin is a damn sticker. Shit, are you kidding me? Hold on, let me think about this. The VFin is a sticker. Really, Bandai? Oh well. Okay, I need some help. So, technically speaking, we're supposed to apply these stickers, these yellow ones, to the V-fin, because the V-fin is supposed to be yellow, as seen in the box art above me. This thing doesn't have a lot of color, and the V-fin is technically the most colorful part of this. No, I'll just apply the V. I'll just apply the sticker. I'm not happy that I have to apply a sticker for a V-fin, but I'll do it. It's fine. Oh, that's fine. I'm not happy about it. But it is what it is. Again, this is an opportunity for someone, not me, to be painting this, but it's fine. That's not too bad. This is not too bad. I just need to make sure it's all sealed up. There's a big tokusatsu Kamen Rider fan presence in Southeast Asia, I think. And again, I think it's just the Philippines who didn't get a lot of the shows, unfortunately. Or maybe I wasn't just paying attention. No, I was definitely still watching like TV, a lot of TV back then. So yeah, we just unfortunately didn't really get a lot of the other Kamen Rider series after Kabuto. Like you had to search it out. Which is unfortunate because I'm sure if I were just exposed to it, I would have liked them. Okay. V-Fin's not too atrocious, the stickers. Not too bad. You could always just paint it, of course. I would have much preferred if it was just yellow. They could have just given us yellow, but I digress. Yeah, they could have literally just molded it here as like a yellow. Oh well. Kabuto in Indonesia. That's kind of hard. He's the man who walks the path of heaven. He better have like he should have. Oh fuck me! He should. He better have walked the aisle himself as Kabuto. Oh, imagine if he did 1, 2, 3 rider kick. 1, 2, 3 rider kick. Rider kick. Yeah, I know like Kamen Rider has like mad presence in Indonesia and Thailand. I know that for sure because like I've seen, I'm not sure if it's Indonesia, Malaysia, or Thailand, but there was like some sort of like convention, and like there's just like all these Kamen Rider fans like lined up in a row, right? And then there's a phone that goes through each one of them, and they all do like their whatever Kamen Rider belt they're doing or whatever like transformation they're doing. And it's super nerdy, but at the same time I'm like, that's kind of dope because I wish I had like the Kabuto Zector on me. I'm not gonna lie. Fucking hell. Okay, hold on, let me see if I can do this with the head. Oh fuck me. I'm gonna keep the flag. No. I was gonna say I was gonna keep the V-fin flags on. But I looked at it and it's just bad. Especially with the sticker. So let me remove the flag. Horrendous. Okay. Okay. Beautiful. Yeah. Again, Kamen Rider has a big presence in Southeast Asia. It's one of those, you know? And unfortunately, my country, the Philippines, missed out. Because I think like people would have loved Kamen Rider when they came through. Yeah, dude, I would love to have Tendo sign a Kamen Rider Akakabuto Zector for me. The man who walks the path of heaven. Some of the stickers clearly misaligned, but not too bad. I didn't panel shit. Fixed. There we go. All right, dope. That was the head. We've done the torso and the head. Dope. How are you guys doing? You guys doing okay? This is weird. It's asking us to do the gun now. Manny Pac, dude. Manny Pacquiao is the bee. He's the real Zawasp. Money. Pacquiao. That's how they used to like intro him back when Manny Pacquiao was like big in like, you know, when he was like super popular in boxing. Not to say he's not popular right now, but you know, before he got old. Manny Pac-Man Pacquiao. Dude, Pacquiao punch. Dude, let's get it. Kamen Rider Pacquiao. 1, 2, 3. Rider. He's one of. He can. Oh, you know what? If they remake, he can be the new Jump Brothers. The Hopper Brothers. He'll be the punch one. He'll be Rider Punch. Hey, Cheerio, how you doing, bud? Thank you for dropping by. Nope, unfortunately not. I went through essentially 5 interview processes, and then the last one was the CEO, and he said nada. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Yeah. Coming. They called them, the Hopper brothers were called the Hell Brothers. Yeah, they were like the edgy guys. And then the worst part is the edgy guys came out late in the series. It was like almost the end. Yeah, what are you gonna do, right, Cheerio? Well, keep trying. Baby, another way. If only making Gunpla on stream made me money. Instead, it's actually costing me money. The Hell Brothers. Lemonade Punch. But the Hoppers, the Kamen Rider Hoppers were they were punch and kick. They were Rider Jump and then Rider Punch and Rider Kick. You built a torso today? Nice. Sometimes you gotta take it slow, right? You gotta take it slow. When it comes to builds. Especially if it's a big build too. I forgot that this thing was a pistol-ish. This is so weird. Hold on. I got it wrong. There we go. Look at that. That's a really, like, small gun. Should I why not? This is already a small kit. I should just panel-line it to like waste time. This hobby doesn't pay for itself, you know. Just like you yapped a lot, reminded you of my build process. That's part of the process, man. You know, you just gotta let it flow, baby. You know, once the spigot of life, aka yapology, starts yapping, you can't stop it. Can't stop. Won't stop. Also, when you're on stream, it's like, you know what I mean? If you don't talk, it feels wrong. If there's too much dead air, it kind of feels wrong. Okay. This is like this kit was legit just 3 runners, and I'm just taking my sweet time with it because I need to get my money's worth. This needs to be minimum a 3-hour stream. God knows I need a company. It's not really popping like the panel lines, but I'm just doing it because, yeah, why not? I am doing these horribly, but it's fine. You know, it's not about if you do it well or if you do it horribly. It's just a matter of doing. That's the essence of my builds. Anyways, shield time 38. Okay. Yeah, I'm still kind of mad that Bandai didn't give us a beam saber effect part here. Just like in XCR2 over here, he didn't have any, or she didn't have any beam saber effect parts, which is kind of shit. You'd expect at least something. But nope. No such thing. I thought it was gonna fall. Hold on, I recognize that I haven't talked or yapped in a bit. So I have to. Wait, hold on. This shield is like really thick. Like it's literally just a piece. I should probably just sand these. I got time. Yeah, let's just sand them. Oh, to those who just joined us right now, do you guys want me to do some show and tell about the model kits that I purchased? I only purchased 3, including the O Gundam right here. But I did purchase a few model kits for us to build throughout the upcoming months. I can show it to you guys. Like a child shows his parents his drawings. I will do so in a bit. That's right. Hold on. Just give me a second here, because I'll lose track of which side I sanded if I don't finish it now. Let me just... I'm not baiting you guys. I actually do have 2 other model kits. They've seen it. The other people have seen it. They're not here right now, but they've seen it. They've seen it. Trust me. Give me 5 more seconds. Okay. So, I got myself, they're all high grades. I got myself the high grade Hyakushiki. I believe this is the injection molded one, so hopefully it is, because that's the one I wanted. I've always wanted a Hyakushiki. This was on sale. And then, oh fuck, I had purchased a Armored Core 30-minute missions kit. This is the one that interested me. There was another one that was blue, but it had the chicken feet, and I was kind of about the chicken feet, so I got this one instead. That's it. That's all. I feel like I just baited people, but like that's it. That's all I have. All right. Switch and baited, you know, but I couldn't stop sanding because I would forget which side I've already tackled. Hyakushiki? Also, this is actually the first time I'm doing multi-streaming again. Twitch and YouTube. But this time YouTube is the one that's piggybacking off of Twitch. So it seems to be doing well. Again, I will not be playing games multi-stream, but when we do these hand cams with like Gunpla or Lego, I'll make sure to multi-stream because, you know, we have the opportunity, right? Why not do it? Also, I did promise people that I wouldn't just disappear off of YouTube streaming. So, Dad's back, baby. Daddy's home for me, and I know you've been waiting for this loving all day. Well, it wasn't a promise. It was more of like a YouTube community post saying, hey, I'm not gonna be dead. I'll be back. One of those. And I'm back. And also, this saves me. I'm okay, hold on. Someone's gonna like, okay, I will admit that there must be some way to get my VODs automatically from Twitch onto YouTube. But I do it manually. So, yeah. At least this way for the hand cam streams, no matter how long it is, I will not need to download it from Twitch onto and then upload it to YouTube. I might be a fake deeps. That's true. I did say they would be telltale signs if I wasn't the real deeps though, and I don't remember what I said. I think me not remembering what I said is a sign that I am the real deeps, like the early onset Alzheimer's. Hold on, let me drink some tea. Early onset Alzheimer's. I think Fruit was the only one here when I mentioned how if we ever become big, you know, if the deeps, if ever this streaming thing works out or pans out for me, and you know we have a large following of people, maybe a couple thousand, you know, a small 1,000 following, and if I die an untimely, unnatural death, I will allow for the creation of a tulpa based on the deeps. But we need to be at a reasonable size of viewership. A couple thousand would do. Before you create a tulpa of me. Okay. Simple enough. Benevolent. I'm just like looking at like the lines. Penetrati. Again, if we ever reach viewership of like couple thousand, I will allow for the in the event of my untimely death, an unnatural untimely death, like, you know, car crash and shit like that, I will allow for the creation of a tulpa in my likeness and image. But all proceeds and any amount of money created by the Deep's tulpa must be sent to some sort of charitable donation. At least I'll do something good. Even if it's a tulpa of me. Nice. And then what do you also my hair has been getting a bit long, so I'm wearing like this, I forgot what this is called, like this headband. This is a specific kind of headband, and it's kind of like squeezing my brain. So I'm getting a bit of a headache. But I need it to keep my hair out of the way. But it is squeezing my skull. Just wanted to let you know in case I start speaking in tongues. Again, it could be a sign of mental illness. But I think that's already not in question. I'm a psychopath, you bitch. Interesting. It's a low handy shield and it has a bit of movement. Cool. All right, we're finally getting to step 5. We need to do this 2 times. Okay. I did say we're gonna take our time because like this is a 3-runner set, so I want to squeeze as much milk as I can from this kit. 28. The hell? 828? Yeah. Where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. Okay. Let's deal with this first. Oh, fucking shit. Why does it keep falling? Oh, because it's not... Oh, dumbass. Okay. Okay. Because it's not like... It has such an uneven construction that it doesn't know what to do. I hope you guys are still okay. You know, I recognize the mental toll my streams can take. That's why only a chosen few can withstand a full deep stream. There's something about the deep stream that causes a certain level of instability in the mind. Okay. 11. Okay. We're getting there, baby. We're getting there. I love you, every day. I wanna be working night and day. Tell me, yeah. It's kind of weird that there's a polycap here. I'm not sure why though. There's a polycap here. I should have sanded this a bit. Yeah, I should have. It's fine. It's not impeding mobility. It's just... It's just a bit out there, you know? Okay. Kill. And I did this twice. Where was the piece that I needed? Where the hell? Oh, here it is. Okay, sorry. Bit of a yawn there. My eye's itchy. Hold on. Ah. Ah. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. should just again. I have like a. You guys have seen it. Like it's like a box of like a 50 count of like blades for the X-Acto blade or X-Acto knife. I should just like replace it every build. Just so I have like a fresh blade every single time. But am I gonna do that? I don't know. I'll forget to do it. I'm trying to avoid sanding this because I feel like it's completely unnecessary to do so. But what does the other piece look like? There's a bit of imperfection, but it's like negligible. Okay, we're sanding this. It's fine. I have time. I keep forgetting to wash my files after every use, so it gets rid of like the microplastics. Don't breathe it in, but keyword is I keep forgetting. I should do that after the stream. I'll make sure to do that. Somebody, if you remember, remind me at the end, just as I'm like ranting at the end, to wash my files. Why is it not clearing it? Guess it's just that bruised. I shouldn't have grinded this, honestly. At the end, Kaze, it must be done at the end. We're far from the end, unfortunately. But it's fine. I'll remember. I shall remember to do so. Is it 11? Sorry. Oh, because you have to do it twice. Always wash your files. Sorry for party rocking, bro. Fucking insane. That's what I am. Okay, we've done 2 of these. What's next? Runner B, 15 and 17. Where are you? 15 and 17. Okay. What am I doing? What? No. Where was the other line? Okay, there it is. That flew. I don't know if it's static, but for some reason the nubs always stick like at the blade. I'm not sure why. That's why like you always see me like doing this and like removing the nubs because it always sticks. I don't know why. I was so tempted to buy a new plastic nipper. I shouldn't be doing this, but like doing like that strongly, but we'll hold on. We'll hold on. We shall persevere. Until it can't cut anymore. Fortunately, we're not doing anything, like we're not building anything expensive in the grand scheme of things. I remember when I was a kid, right? We still use polycaps in 2008 or something. But this is the orientation as how you should do polycaps. I remember I used to do them like this. Like that. Like the flat side down. Because my thinking was the flat side should impact like the next piece that it's going to peg into. Like let's say the bicep, right? That was my thinking as a kid. Because I always thought like, that's stupid. Why would you have it? Why would you have the polycap upside down? Why would you have the curved edge facing the part that it's going to intake? I don't know why they do it that way. But as a kid, I always questioned it. But now I'm like, I'm going to do what the instruction tells me to do. Like the sheep that I am. I'm going to do what the man tells me what to do. I don't think it really does make a difference. Maybe someone could explain why it's like that. But I know I can't explain why it's like that. So we need B18. I mean, yeah, you can do it, right? But it's a question of like, why? You can do it. I just realized, Case, how low the YouTube chat box is. Hold on. Yeah, you can technically do it. The question is why, right? Like, oh, is that true? Interesting. Oh, because it doesn't sit flush. You're right. Because like, okay, like B18, where is it? Like B18, for example, this piece, it sits like, it's a U shape. If I can, I should get it out instead of like trying to show it from the runner. But you're right. Yeah. Okay. I see it. I see the genius. Damn. I was a dumbass. I've always been a dumbass because like, yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, hold on. Like example, this, it's a U shape. So the U shape fits perfectly more with the curved polycap instead of like the flat end. You're right. You're right. That's some engineering right there, huh? That's a mighty fine engineering. That is true. The real engineering when it came to gunpla is when they decided to stay away from polycaps. But there are times where I'm like, I kind of miss polycaps. Although it's bad for like the kit in terms of like the aging of the kit, like it just becomes shit, right? It becomes loosey goosey, and all that. So, but we do still have kits like the O Gundam, which is in circulation, which do have polycaps. So, if you miss the good old polycaps, there's still kits out there. But I do much prefer the method now of high grades without polycaps. Okay. Alrighty. So we need 18. We need one of these. One of these to be facing like this. I should have sanded. You prefer polycaps because you don't like the joints randomly fusing on you. Sometimes like, so with the new joint system, like you build the joints and in the frame, right? Like a typical like plastic on plastic. I sometimes warm it up, like, which is like at risk of breaking. But like sometimes I warm it up a bit, like as I'm building it. It's like, all right, we're gonna make sure that we're gonna warm you up, old man. We're gonna make sure this doesn't break. But I can see that, yeah. Again, the fact that I warm up parts. Yeah, I do think that at least for the polycaps, whatchamacallit, I do think at least for the polycaps, as long as you don't touch them, after you build them, you're fine. The shoulder joint polycap. Oh! Yeah, they used it, because like this isn't... Oh no, you mean this one? Like the actual like this. That's true. Did you mean the hole or the peg case? Because I remember there was like a peg ball joint polycap. But yeah, unknown, you're right. The so this is Exia R2. I think it's an improvement compared to the first gen Exia. High grade, but yeah, this is still using an older... I don't know why, actually. That's a good question. Like, why the hell is this using an old 00 like season 1 style from 2009? I don't know. Who knows? God does, I bet. The ball polycaps. Yeah. I do like the... I like the... So the reason why I got this O Gundam instead of the other O Gundam, which is the colored one, is because I like the... I didn't like the... Hold on, where is it? There's a photo of it here. I actually don't like the look of it. I don't like the look of this because it looks like the Granddaddy Gundam, which is, that's the reference. But it just doesn't look nice. I prefer the grayed out O Gundam. So, that's why we're here. I almost called Ribbons Almark Revive Revival. Fake 00 fan. Everybody knows Revive Revival is the purple one. Or the lilac one. The joint polycap, the peg one is much easier because they're using the polycap number 1. I see. What does it? there's bound to be extra polycaps. What do you guys do with it? I just keep the runner, but like there's no purpose for it. Chark, wasn't there a build fighters? Wasn't there a build fighters thing? It was Ribbons versus Char, but it was Ribbons in a build fighters version of the Revive Gundam. Extra polycap save your ass one too many times. I can see that. To be honest, I can see that, especially with like when they get loose, the polycaps. Just replace it, right? What was it doing? B12. Girl, you need a shot of B12. You know you do. Useful for future replacements. That's true. Because like as long as the polycaps aren't used, and then these are like the newer gen polycaps, I think, right? The ones that don't dry out as bad. You can always just use them. Like they won't get loosey-goosey. As long as they're not used. I think. Oh my god, you're right. It's not the Revive Gundam, it's the fake 00 fan. Fuck. You're right. It's not the Revive Gundam, it's the Reborns. Fuck, I'm such a fake fan. Shit. It's because I was talking about Revive Revival, okay? It was the... Well, okay. Let's do... If I remember correctly, the O Gundam was the predecessor of all Gundams, right? And then they had the prototypes of the 4 hero Gundams. They had the Astray, Salud Sud, Kshatriya. I think it was the Kshatriya. And then the... Hold on. And then the Pluton, right? They had the Pluton. We're gonna build Pluton Black one of these days. And then after that, those prototypes were then developed into Exia, Dynamis, Kyrios, and Virtue Notle. Abulhul. I don't know how I got Kshatriya in there. I think it's because I was like, what sounds like an Arabic angel? Kshatriya is probably not an Arabic angel. If it is, I got 3. I got 3 right. Astrea, Salud Sud, and Pluton. I got some of them right. Revival. Alright, fake 00 fan. My god. Why am I getting a mindfulness update on my phone? What the fuck? Fake 00 fan. Did they ever... They obviously released multiple... They released multiple high-grade Astrays. Multiple Plutons. I have one of the Plutons. But they never released Salud Sud and Abdul, right? It was all P Banda. Who is 1.5? I don't know who 1.5 is. I just know it's like the Revives and the Revive Gundam. I just know it's like a purple Reborns Gundam, right? And I actually wanted to buy the 1.5 because it was purple and cool. 2 is multiple of 1. There's a red, and there's a white and a blue. History on mobile suits. I don't think I have the brain capacity to like withhold all that information anymore. My memory of like the prototypes and the manga Gundam 00 suits all come from like my childhood. Like there's like I don't think I can retain any more information. That's why I mistakenly remembered Abdul as Kshatriya. Even though Kshatriya is probably like UC or something. I don't know. Who knows? Also, didn't they release like an Astrea real grade? Or maybe I'm misremembering it. I don't know. Early onset Alzheimer's. I'll always just blame it on that. We'll just blame it all on the potential early onset Alzheimer's. It's gonna be like that scene from what was it? Shit, orange something. Fuck. Come on, movies. Clockwork Orange, where like the eyes, or like in Minority Report, where the eyes like they just like strap his eyes out. There, thank you, Cheerio. Thank you for. Oh my god, the early onset Alzheimer's. The early onset Alzheimer's. You know, at some point it's not gonna be a joke anymore. I need to get my brain checked probably one of these days. Today's not that day though. Lord Sauron's Tower. I won't recognize anybody. I won't recognize anybody. It's just like fucked up, you know. Too much microplastics have gone into my brain. You know, microplastics are in our balls. If you do have balls, they're in your balls, and they're in your brain. Balls and brains, BB. Too many microplastics. You know? Unfortunately, that's the reality we live in. Oh shit! You know, I had a dream that I was streaming. I was building a Gundam. But because it was a dream, I didn't remember what Gundam I was building in that said dream. But I had a dream where I was doing what I do with a knife. And I cut my thumb so much. And then I just decided to draw a smiley face with my blood. And then I woke up. I was like, huh. Me win the So I'm just saying, you know, if I do cut, I promise I won't draw like a fucking smiley face with my bloody thumb. I'll pause the stream and then get it bandaged, and then we'll continue the stream. There will be drops of blood if I do cut myself. We're not cutting the show. The show goes on. It'll just be on break. But yeah, that was my dream. Sounds like a deja vu. It potentially is. You know, because I work out, my fingers, especially like the tips of my fingers, like again, there's calluses in like the joints, but like the tips of my fingers are like, they're like a bit worn down from like touching the knurling from the weights. That like, I have a bit of confidence when the knife hits my thumb or like my finger, but it only extends to the tips. It doesn't extend below. So also, I have cut like the tip of my ring finger here. I don't know if it's obvious. There's like a bit of a bulge. So I was cutting some spaghetti squash, and I'm not gonna do it with the knife. I'm with a file. And then I was like, you know, cutting it, and it was like a big piece of spaghetti squash, and then the knife just kachinga over here, and I had like a piece of flesh. It's not as obvious anymore, but you can kind of see there's a bit of an outline. Hold on, maybe I can. Yeah, there's like a circular outline here where my flesh was like flopping out. We went to the urgent care, and then the lady doctor was just, your balls shriveled a little. The lady doctor was just like, yeah, no, you're fine. And then she held it here like that. She pinched it a bit, and then she applied like some like plastic cement. Not like, it's like, it was like basically like, it had a texture of like hot glue, but it was just like flesh cement. That's what she says. And she was like, yeah, just keep that on for like, I don't know how, when it comes out. But I will say, when I cut this ring finger, kachinga, I went to the bathroom to try to wash it out. I thought it was just skin, but I think it went deeper. Because there was so much blood that I collapsed in the bathroom. And I woke back up 3 seconds later, and I was like, hold on, I think I need to go to ER, urgent care. But yeah, it's healed, as you can see, but the piece of flesh that was kachinged off is actually firmer than the rest of the finger. So, I what's the lesson there? Cut with proper technique. Don't kachinga. That's English, right? What was I doing? Hands. Okay. A30 and A31. Don't kachinga. You lost a fragment of your X-Acto knife in your left index finger. That's the beauty about the human anatomy, though, is your body will just spit out the foreign objects. I remember, because like when I visited my parents' home, like a few years ago, we were going on a trip to like a different city, so it was like a 4-hour trip, and my stepdad was like, oh shit, Deeps, I forgot to close the backyard door, and it's like a wooden shitty fence door, and you know how like splintery those are, and when I close it, I quickly closed it, and I ran to the car, and I noticed, fuck, why is my index finger burning? And it turns out I had like a splinter, maybe like half an inch embedded like vertically here. I don't know why I'm using a runner to illustrate, but it was like running through this way, but it was like only in the first 2 layers of skin. So the entire trip, I was like trying to remove it, to the point where I was just like, I told my mom, like, hey mom, I got a splinter. Do you have a knife so I can remove it? And she's like, no, your body will just spit it out. And I was like, no, fuck that. So I decided to like scratch my finger, and then I got to remove like 70% of the splinter, but there was some remaining. But I was like, okay, that doesn't burn. So I sprayed some like isopropyl alcohol. That burned, but I was fine. Months later, the splinter slowly pushed itself out of my body. What's the moral of that story? Bring a knife so you can cut out the splinter. It's just bad advice, this stream, right? Oh my god. Bad advice, this stream. Yeah, if you got a splinter, just like cut your flesh open and like rip it out, man. Like, fuck. What do you have to lose, bro? Don't do that. Google what you should do. Don't listen to me. I'm the guy who kachinged his finger open. I think I've told that finger story, though. I feel like I have. Cut off the whole and my finger regrew. I'm just that hardcore, bro. I cut the wrong piece out. Fuck me. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just that hardcore. Like Wolverine. Yeah, but be careful. Cut away from yourself. Follow proper building techniques, right? To avoid injuries and stuff. I thought about getting one of those like self-healing mats. Because like all I'm doing is building off of this, which is a keyboard mat. Like, it's a very big keyboard mat. But I thought like, hey, for the streams, maybe I should buy one of those. self-healing mats for the aesthetic. But I don't think it would do anything to improve my streams. You know? And to be honest, I don't really use self-healing mats. I am definitely damaging this when I do cuts with the X-Acto knife, but I rarely do cuts with the X-Acto knife. Okay. This feels like a very insecure arm joint. Not emotionally insecure, but I mean potentially emotionally insecure. Yeah. That's a really shit elbow joint because it's just oh fuck me. I was gonna show you guys, but I'll show you later. It is just like that flat horizontal thing. It's not like a peg, which is I guess fine, but it's not the best feeling out there. Let me drink some water. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna drink some water, but I think I should panaline some of this. Yeah, just a bit. Kachinga. The Kshatriya was a unicorn kit. Or a mobile suit. I remember now. Did I completely watch Unicorn? No, I've seen like 2 episodes of it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. None of the 00 has fist hands. Really? Like closed fists? I'm trying to remember when I built this bad boy. Actually, you know what? This one only has... It had 2 like holder hands and 1 thingy thing. One open palm. 1 thingy thing. English is my strong suit. Transient. Well, the Transient was a Build Fighters kit, right? So... But the Build Fighters kits are based out of existing kits. Recycled with some extra parts, so I don't know. I honestly don't know the logic they did for Build Fighters to where like we're gonna include this and that. I have built Mr. Unknown. I have built the... I don't know if you've... I've... Let me finish my sentence because I'm not finishing it. I've built the... Oh my god, what is it called? The Striker GNX, but I've never built the actual proper Striker or proper GNX. So I don't know what is included with the main GNX. I'd like to be able to build the main GNX one of these days. Oh, Transient is a new kit? Huh. Interesting. Because I always assumed it was like a 00 kit that was just like modified to hell. Just like every other like 00-esque kit they had. That's what I assumed. Clearly wrong. Okay, that's enough. I didn't do much, really, just some of the ink spilled, but it's fine. Interesting. I didn't know Transient was a new kit, because I always assumed like most, if not, yeah, most of the Build Fighters kits were like basically modified existing kits. That's what I always assume. Assumptions could be wrong. As they say, when you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and me. Okay, yeah, I know Amazing Exia and Dark Matter Exia was just Exia. Like, you could tell. But Transient, it's based. But they probably, okay. So they probably based it out of Exia from a design perspective, but the mold is completely new, like the entire kit, I guess. If I'm getting that right. Like the entire runner set. I was gonna build Legos today, by the way. Or Lego. I was gonna do Lego Batmobile today. But I decided not to because I felt like... I felt like building the O Gundam would be quicker. But I am taking my sweet, sweet time building this thing. Even though it's only 3 runners. I'm taking my sweet, sweet time because I gotta squeeze as much time as I can from this purchase. The worst part is this is the most... I think this is the most careful I've been. Or patient I've been building a kit. And it's the cheapest kit I've ever bought, I think, because it was on sale. Hold on. Oh, fuck. My body's dying. You guys doing okay? I'm gonna be here for 8 hours. It is not unheard of for me to take 5 hours to build a kit on stream simply because I refuse to shut up. You feel old? Same here. Same here. You know, like those TikToks or Instagram Reels or those YouTube Shorts, whatever those short form content, you know, we should figure out a collective name for short form contents. I can't just keep saying TikToks, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts. I should just say shorts, right? Maybe that's what it is. But whatever. Those short form videos of like college age, like 18-year-olds nowadays being asked on the street. It's like, so what... This is like a mic. Imagine this is a mic. So, young person, what do you think an old person is? How old do you think they'd be? What year do you think they'd be born to be considered old? And then they start shooting numbers like 2000, 2002. The ones that hurt the most is when they say like anything from like... They start saying shit like anything from the 1900s. You need to pack it up, Unc. First of all, that is... I don't know if it's ontologically incorrect, but it's an incorrect use of the 19th century. We are in the 21st century, so people born in the 1900s to 1999 are actually born in the 20th century. So those fucking kids are uneducated fucks, but they always make me feel old. They're like, yeah, anyone born before like 2005, you gotta start packing it up, Unc. Like you gotta start thinking about getting married and shit. Like, fuck off. But I do forgive them a bit. Because I do recognize when I was their age, I had similar mentalities. You know, I had a similar mindset. And this is karma. This is karmic justice. Because now kids nowadays are finding my age old. I'm like mid-20s. To be honest, it doesn't help that I feel old. But from an emotional standpoint, it doesn't feel good that they're making me feel old. Holy shit, I just remember people who were born in 2007, by the end of this year are all gonna be 18. Fucking A. Fucking A. Fuck. Shit. I feel like having to check someone's ID is always gonna be a mindfuck, especially the older you get. Because like the age of 18 or 21 always just keeps getting pushed forward. Yeah, I grew up in the Philippines, so our media landscape was a little delayed when I was still growing up. So I still had a lot of like, I guess, millennial experiences in that sense. But I'm like mid-20s now. Definitely born in the late 1990s. But early Gen Z is probably what would be the best description of me. Yeah, 9 months, 3 months. Oh my. Oh my god, 9 months. That's actually me. I hate that because I'm currently no job deeps. No job deeps. 9 months of my life successfully wasted. God. I thought I would be something by now. At my tender age. I thought I would be successful. When I was like 12 or something, I thought I'd have kids or maybe get married. I barely have anything. All I have are my plastic toys. I've never changed. I'm still a child. A man child. I gotta pack it up, as they say. Pack it up, Unc. I kind of hate that I still understand a bit of Gen Alpha lingo, though. 20 hours of time wasting. Perks of unemployment. The only problem is the depression hits at like 4 a.m. It's like, fuck, what am I doing with my life? What am I doing with my life? Unfortunately, when the depression hits like a motherfucker. Depresso changeo. Okay. Yeah, I don't like this. Like this construction for the elbows. It's such a... I don't know why they didn't just make it into a peg. They've clearly made it into a peg in the past. I don't know why they did it this way. In fact, like, even from just assembling this one, there's already some stress marks. So I need to, like, not touch that anymore. That's pretty bad. Oh well. What are you gonna do? Gotta lock in, fam. I need a job so I can buy more toys. God. That's why I need a job. Maybe I should have been honest in my job interviews. It's like, hey man, I'm just here to buy Gundams. You know? That's it, man. That's I'm not here for shareholder value. That is a side effect for my desire to buy more plastic toys from Japan. You know, it's... Everything else in my life is secondary, really. It's me, myself, and like Exia, the O Gundam, Dynamis. How many hours have I been streaming? Almost 3. It's not, honestly, it's not an acceptable moment for me or time for me to be insane. I usually, 3 hours is an acceptable moment for the deeps. I don't know why I speak in third person sometimes. Nobody knows the deeps. But maybe that's why the deeps speaks about the deeps. I never thought about that. food is just a fancy thing you can look at. I'm like, what was it? Like, you remember the episode from SpongeBob where like Plankton's dinner is just like a holographic visual of a meatloaf? Because the joke is, he's a phytoplankton. He eats, like, he photosynthesizes. Oh my god. The fact that I remember SpongeBob episodes is a little bit depressing. I will admit that. It's like embedded in my mind. Back when I was a kid, I would spend summers in the province. So we didn't have cable TV, so I had like DVDs of dubious origin. DVDs of like various things. Transformers Beast Wars, Transformers G1, and then SpongeBob season 1 to 3. And I'd repeat those season 1 to 3 episodes. Like in Clockwork Orange, just over and over again on the DVD player, to the point that I still remember. And it was the legendary episode 1 of SpongeBob was actually in that DVD. Now, I will have to make some sort of statement though, that the DVD of SpongeBob season 1 to 3 may not have been sourced from a legitimate source of DVDs. That's all I'm saying. But nonetheless, it was a DVD that contained season 1 to 3 of SpongeBob, and I've seared that into my mind. Season 1 or 3 of SpongeBob. SpongeBob SquarePants. On repeat. Did that potentially affect my development as a child? Potentially. Can we confirm it? Not without rigorous testing from psychological officials or officials of some sort of psychological education. Psychological officials. Psychological officials. 3 hours, right? Oh, yep, perfectly. It's 3 hours. It's been 3 hours. I'm allowed to go insane. Holy shit, 3 hours for 3 runners. I don't know if the Pokemon music is helping me, to be honest. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna stop it. It's gonna keep going. But, simple life. A simple life. Simple time. I will say I do enjoy some of the niceties we have in life nowadays. Not all. Like, for example, streaming has just become cable. And that's actually really sad for me. Like, streaming has just become cable. And it's actually less accessible if you think about it. Because, like, back then, I don't know how cable worked. Oh, fuck me! We're okay. I'm alive. What is it saying? The agents from DirecTV was like trying to assassinate me. Cable, right? Also, before I continue, the wrist, the ball joint connects to this. It is so loose, and like I don't know when it's in or not. Like it just sits kind of flush, but it's a bit loose. Anyways. At least with cable, compared to like streaming nowadays, you didn't necessarily, I mean, you had to sign up for cable, but you just called your cable company, right? And then like, can you add this? Can you add that? Nowadays, you have to sign up for each service or each like channel, essentially channel you want. And it's kind of a pain in the ass, in my opinion, to have to do that. Again, there are methods and ways in which you can subvert the need for the streaming service, but I'm just saying in general, it's kind of shit. Okay. Nice. I always get weirded out when the construction of a kit, that is a loose fucking head. Like, it snaps, but at the same time it's really loose. I always get weirded out when the construction of a kit is like, build the gun now. Yeah, why is the head loose? Huh. Like, the neck is... Did I get it upside down? No, I didn't. Nope. I didn't. That's weird. That's so weird. Yeah, I guess it's just... Yeah, it's so weird. Like, it's a loose head. Yeah. Honestly, it does look cool. I will admit, like, I'm still kind of mad that the V fin is a sticker and it's not like just a yellow part. But he does look cool. Once again, I do prefer the O Gundam as a, like, the monochromatic, washed out color set instead of the traditional colors. So, yeah. We're almost done, guys. Don't worry. Just another 3 hours and we'll be done. What if it uses a different neck joint? No, it doesn't. Unfortunately, there's no other run like polycap that can substitute. I was thinking maybe we could substitute it, but it doesn't. There's not really another one. Yeah. Unfortunate. Oh well. I mean, at least he has a neck. Right? That's such a shitty, like, excuse. Like, at least he's got a neck, right? Alright. We need to build some feet. We need to do it twice. Okay. And then, oh baby, I love the way every day. And then B35. You know, I watch other, like, build streamers to kind of see how I could improve my setup, aside from the obvious clutter that I accumulate every time I build something. But I feel like unless you have like a professional set, it's kind of hard to improve upon the tried and true drop down method. One thing that I was thinking is one of these days when I have a job, unfortunately, I'm thinking of adding like a second camera, like one that's facing this way. Like, this is the camera lens. This is the body of the camera. This is the lens. And it's facing that way. So that I could do like, instead of like showing it like that, I could just show it like this. And you'll essentially be looking at it. But, I mean, I do have another camera, but it's a shitty quality compared to the overhead that we have right now. And it doesn't like, its lens doesn't capture light as well. And the colors as the overhead we have now. So I'll have to either get another one of the same camera for this overhead and then prop it here, or like angle it like this way, and then that way we can display like the Gundam standing up. That's what I'm thinking. Improve, you know, to improve the hand cam streams, because That's one of the things that I find not difficult, but it is a challenge when I do hand cams, is that sometimes I want to show you guys something. Like how the Gundam looks standing up, but I can't currently. I hope that makes sense to anybody who's listening. Because I could make it like a button. Like a different scene on OBS. Actually, that would be dope, yeah. Let me see if I should. Sand it. We're sanding it. You guys doing alright? I hope so. There's a possibility you're not. But that's okay. It's okay to not be alright. I can't help you. But it's okay. the most like anti-parasocial VTuber ever. It's like, you got problems? Me too. Good luck. Gotta figure mine out. Yeah, my plastic nipper, the God Hand, is old. Needs to be sharpened or either replaced. It's leaving a lot more stress marks. And again, this is for the first cut, and then the blue one, if you're rich, would be for the second cut, the one near the piece. But yeah, I need to change the old dog. If I do buy another God Hand, it's gonna be the blue one, and I'm gonna keep this for the first cut. That way, it'll seem like I'm rich, but no, this is a 7-year-old. How old is this actually? No, I think it's like 6-year-old. A 6-year-old used and abused God Hand. I could sharpen it. Evidently, I could. Will I? You know. I'm not gonna lie, I do miss playing Animal Crossing a bit. Just like a mindless game. We will continue Persona and we will continue Batman Arkham City. I just need to I need to find like the power, the energy to play Batman. I don't know why. Like I enjoy playing Batman, especially when we're in the game already. But I don't know, man. I need a bit of like oomph. But we will finish Persona 3. We will finish Persona 3 Reload one of these days. I promise you that. Will it be before we start playing Digimon Time Strangers? I don't know. When Time Stranger comes out, Digimon Time Strangers comes out, every other game is on pause. By the way, like all the game streams you're gonna see from me are just Time Strangers, Digimon Time Strangers. That's it. Will that kill the channel? Potentially. Honestly, I'll be honest, I shouldn't have been sanding this because it's a corner and it's just making it worse. But I live by the sword. I die by the sword. It's fine. It's fine. Oh shit. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's just besides, these are just the feet. It's just the feet. Nobody cares about the feet. Except those feet freaks out there. They love the feet. You know? You can never really understand them. You can never really understand their desires. Cast nubs on carbs. Dude, like those are the worst. Nubs on curved surfaces. Like it's like, why do you do this, Bandai? I get the idea behind it. Like technically, if you cut it right, there's a lower chance of nubs. But when it happens, it's like shit. Like you're fucked. I fucked this feet. I really fucked the feet up. It's fine though. You know? It's fine. You don't need to see it. This isn't a Quentin Tarantino film. You don't need to see it. Okay. It's fine. You don't need to see it. I just effectively wasted time. That's why my streams take so long. I yap too much. I waste too much time. I do too many hand movements. We're fine. We're okay. PC3! Fuck. Alright. What do we have here? So just to give it a bit of perspective, like why my eyes wander too much, it's because so I have Twitch chat and YouTube chat on a vertical monitor to my left over here. So my eyes always wander like up and down, checking Twitch, YouTube, Twitch, YouTube. I'm always checking just to make sure if anybody has questions or violent reactions. Mostly for the violent reactions. Questions I may or may not answer. Okay. A11. Okay. I suspect that when I do get to build the Lego Batmobile, it's gonna take longer than this. So, yeah, it's gonna be one hell of a ride. B-34. Do you guys want to see the Lego Batmobile? I actually do just have it right here. I literally was like thinking what to build today. The O Gundam actually just arrived yesterday. The O Gundam, the Hyakushiki, and the Armored Core 30 minutes missions kit arrived yesterday. But originally I was gonna do Batman. Hold on. He's literally right here. Oh fuck me! Nothing fell. It's fine. Yeah. We were literally gonna do Batman, but I figured Batman would take longer. So we're here. We have a lot of time. You and I, you know, we have a lot of time together. We have a lot of time. It sounds so depressing. Like, you know, you and I, we've got a lot of time. Yeah. We'll be here forever and ever. It's a movie. Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately, my build streams last as long as a movie. As like Lord of the Rings extended cut. Because of how much I yap. That's the problem. You know, it's not it's not really the kits themselves, right? It's not that. It's the fact that I refuse to stop talking. And it's impeding the work that I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, hold on. There we go. This is a really weird like ankle, in my opinion, because like, yeah, there's a bit of mobility here, and then there's like the side to side, which is nice to get like more dynamic side action for the ankles. But it's a bit, I don't know, this is just weird to me. Having like a horizontal angle pivot for a high grade, I don't know. Keluang man. Keluang man. Does that literally does that actually just translate to Batman, or is that like a different creature man? Keluang man. Hold on. I need to penalize this. It's your Batman parody movie. Okay. I respect that. I respect that. I'm trying to think if in the Philippines we had like a direct Batman parody. We had something, so we had like Captain Barbell. You can Google this. I'm not fucking with you guys. We had something called Captain Barbell, and I really liked Captain Barbell. There was like a few TV shows, like there was a few TV series about Captain Barbell. He was basically the iteration of Captain Barbell that I saw was he was an alien like Kal-El, like Superman, but his powers only activated when he had like an amulet from his home planet that he twisted open, and it became a barbell, and he screamed Captain Barbell while doing a shoulder press, and it transformed him into Captain Barbell, giving him the typical Superman powers of flight, super strength, relative invulnerability, and endurance. He couldn't shoot lasers out of his eyes though. Captain Barbell couldn't do that. I actually haven't built season 1 Gundam 00 stuff. So yeah, I technically haven't seen the ankle joints. Here's the thing though. Kays. Captain Barbell, the movie of Captain Barbell was a comedy, but the TV show was a drama. Werewolf comedy movie? What was the title? I don't know if I've seen it. What was the title? Werewolf comedy, Filipino comedy movie. I'm racking my brain trying to figure out what that is. And if you can't remember, that's okay. Cause like I'm trying to remember. There's comedy movie. Early 2000s. That makes sense. That makes sense. Early 2000s. We also had a version like an Ant-Man, like a Filipino Ant-Man or Captain Atom. Even before Ant-Man became popular, he was called Tiny Tom or Tiny Tim. And he got his he got his superpowers also from a chemical accident. But there was also someone called Lastic Man, which literally just means elastic man or like rubber band man. And he's basically the elastic man or Mr. Fantastic. Elastic man. We also had like our own Spider-Man called Gagam Boy, which literally translates to, so Gagamba is spider and then boy, Gagam Boy, Spider Boy. Hold on, let me show you what Gagam Boy looks like. That's what Gagam Boy looks like. Let me see if I can find his there it is. This is the poster of Gagam Boy. Eating a papaya. No, he can't. Is he seriously just called Papaya Man? No. Shut up. No. Supaidaman. No, it's Gagam Boy, bro. Gagam Boy. Alright, what are you talking about, man? It's Gagam Boy. I think the worst part is I think Gagam Boy's enemy was Epis Man. Which literally translates to cockroach man, because Epis means cockroach. Gagam Boy versus Epis Man. Papaya Man. I'll Google Papaya Man. I'll Google Papaya. Why the fuck not? Why the fuck would I not Google Papaya Man? Huh? Hold on. Papaya. Hold on, all I'm getting is like the Dragon Ball Z character. Or the Dragon Ball GT character. I don't remember who this guy is. Papaya Man. All I'm getting is the Dragon Ball GT character Papaya Man. Epis Man. So stupid. His name, fucking Cockroach Man. Okay. I need to be right back. My bladder is about to explode. The drama name. Alright, I will be right back. And when I'm back, I'm gonna continue this and we're gonna continue our conversation about the alleged papaya eating Popeye parody. I'll be right back. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry, my throat was fucked up, so I had to burp a bit. But I'm back. Did we hit the BRB screen earlier? Did we hit the BRB screen? Hold on. I have to check now. Cause I'm like, I'm sure we did hit a BRB screen, but hold on, let me double check this. Because I'd be surprised if we didn't hit a BRB screen on YouTube. Okay, we did. We did. Okay, great. Whew. It was just the playback. Just the playback. Was it papaya, man? Papaya. They have it on YouTube. Oh my god, is this him? Is this your Malaysian Popeye? That's him. Bro. Wait. You know, eat your papayas. If you want to be like Papaya. Is his like superhero name Papaya? Or does he have a different superhero name? You know, I'm just wondering. Just curious. And is superpowers only limited to super strength? Or does he have like an array of superpowers? You know? Does he have like steal your bitch? That's not, that's not what I mean. Can he like steal your girl? A8 and A6. I think he just called himself Papaya. You know, remember, maybe you should rewatch it, Case. You know, just to get a refresher, and you can report back to us here, and your findings about Mr. Papaya. Maybe he has Mr. Steal Your Girl powers. You never know, right? What am I looking at here? Hold on. 18? Is this right? No, A8. Ah, okay. It's this one. A8 and A6. Okay. Yeah, I barely remember like the Filipino telenovelas I watched as a kid. I remember the titles. Encantadia, Mulawin, but I don't remember like the fine details of the plot. We even had like a, I might get the title wrong, but we had like a Twilight parody too. It's not a parody, but a reimagination of the Twilight plot. I think it was called La Luna Sangre, and it was a vampire guy who was in love with a werewolf girl. I think it was something around those lines. Around those lines. I cannot English right now. All you remember about Papaya is that he owns a scooter. Okay, that's good. He's a businessman. He has a papaya farm. That's good. Entrepreneur. And that he's a bit clumsy. That's bad. For both being a superhero and entrepreneur. But you know what? It's the fact that he tries, right? And that's a lesson for everybody. As long as you try, you're never truly a loser. Unless if it's a competition, then yeah, if you lose, you probably are a loser. But that's okay. Somebody's gotta be a loser. So I'm not gonna sand these anymore because they're in a precarious situation. I'm just gonna try to cut them out, the nubs here, as much as I can. No, you have your own Tokyo Drift. KL Drift. I mean, to be honest though, that's kind of cool, right? Like, the concept of it is cool. The concept of having a Malaysian Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift is cool. I thought about it, like, oh, it would be cool to have like a Filipino Fast and Furious. The problem is, they get hit by traffic after 2 minutes on the road. I don't know if it's the same in Malaysia though. Maybe you guys have it better. But I'd like to think that traffic is a shared experience in Southeast Asia. Even when I visited Singapore recently, it was like, why the fuck? There's traffic? Shit. I mean, it makes sense because it's a small nation state. So, you know, this is such a weird. I can tell this is a knee, but it's such a weird knee. Like, it's not like, yeah, it's a weird knee. They blew up an RX-7. Was it a working RX-7 though, or I mean, you could still use it for spare parts if it wasn't working, but you know, was there any consolation at least that it wasn't like a functioning RX-7? KL Drift. So it was a successful movie franchise that they had a sequel. It was successful enough for them to have a sequel. That's impressive. You know, say what you will, it had a sequel. Not a lot of movies get those. For good reason. It's a working art. Damn, bro. I'm just saying that wouldn't have been mine. I wouldn't have blown up a working RX-7 just for a stunt. KL Drift. That's, I mean, honestly, the idea of it is cool. I don't know if the execution of the movie was cool. You can tell me that later, but the idea of having your own like Tokyo Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift series in your country is cool. I can't hate on it. In the Philippines, we drive on the right side on the road, so our cars are left-hand steering. In Malaysia, remind me, is it left-hand steering where the driver's seat is on the left side, or is it right-hand steering where the driver's seat is on the right side? I always get confused because when I went to Singapore, it was right-hand steering. Okay. Right hand steering. Okay. The British style. Got it. Okay, got it. Well, okay, here's the thing though. America's JDM market is shit. I think there's even like an import ban or something. There's something about like you're not allowed to bring in cars that are under 20 years old under specific conditions, whatever. But old cars are still old cars, regardless, right? So you don't want to be blowing shit up for the fuck of it. British. Oh, fuck me. Alright, we're getting there. And then B36. 36. Is it identical? Yes, it is. Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao. Actually, you know what's funny? So, back in one of my aunts, she went to university in Manila. It was oh my god. It was like the early 2000s ish. Like 2000. Yeah, it was like 2005 or something around those lines. And she went to university in Manila. Um They apparently used to have a drag racing scene in Manila where like they would actually bring in like JDMs and like like the stereotypical shit, right? With like converted Civics, Corollas somehow that have turbos in it, the typical stuff. And apparently my aunt, little did I know, she apparently spent a lot of time in these like drag races, that she was even like one of those girls who like flagged down the cars to go. Civic with the VTEC. but yeah, well, apparently there was a drag racing scene in Manila. So you might not be too off. You might not be too off, Case. You never know. There could have been. Someone would have modified a jeepney and then put like a turbo, and then just let it rip. Fuck the environment. Just let it rip. I'm sure someone's done that though. 16 and 18. But yeah, there used to be a car scene underground. It was like underground too, apparently. I didn't really get any of the fine details though of the Manila car scene from my aunt, because she seemed embarrassed about the whole experience for her, even though that would have been cool as shit. I only imagine that it was like like the scene from Too Fast, Too Furious when Brian shows up, like in the race. That's what I imagine. I'm sure it wasn't. I'm sure it wasn't. Small boat with big diesel engines. Actually, I do have a question, cause in your country, is diesel cheaper than unleaded gasoline, or is unleaded gasoline cheaper than diesel? Because back then in the Philippines, I don't know if it's the same now. Someone could confirm with me, but in the Philippines, diesel is typically cheaper than unleaded gasoline. Like the price per liter. If this becomes a 6-hour stream, I'm gonna lose it. It's like I'm taking this slow, but I think I'm taking this especially slow today. Focusing on the yaps. Focusing on the yaps today, chat. Focusing on the yaps today. Nothing too bad, nothing too good, just we're here, man. We're here, we're living, we're chilling, and we're killing. Okay, so diesel is cheaper, even if it's slightly. Yeah. Yeah. Because in America here, it's more expensive to get diesel. Not sure why. I think it's some sort of like EPA regulation shit. But it's okay. It's cheaper to get regular unleaded gas than it is diesel, Vin diesel. Okay, let me pan a line and then we'll do the second one. Oops, fucking hell. very difficult to see this, like. Yeah, unfortunately, I know what a liter is, but I don't know what a liter is in terms of like gas conversions, because everything here in the States is unfortunately like per gallon. So I can only make like assumptions. But thank you for letting me know, because like it could be a quick Google as to why diesel is more expensive in the US. But when I was growing up in the Philippines, my grandpa, whenever we'd get a car, it would very rarely be a gas or like unleaded gasoline, petrol car. It would always be a diesel car most of the time because of how expensive gas was compared to diesel. And a lot of the jeepneys, I think they do run on diesel. So, yeah. I'm not sure, but I think unconfirmed. This is just bullshit from the deeps, but I think there's a lot of like, this is not factual, but I think diesel is worse for the environment. I don't know. Maybe it used to be. Maybe, who knows? I don't know. Again, you'll have to check yourself. Yeah, that's right. That's what the VTubers do. They ask their chat, bro. They ask their chat to fact check for them. It's like it's like Jarvis, Jarvis. I do have like the Apple voice assistant. I won't name her because it'll turn her on, not in a good way. That sounds weird. I do have her on, but why did I say it like that? I do have her on my phone. I could just ask her, but I need to get chat engagement. You know what I mean? How else do you think I farm for engagement from chat? I have to ask them questions that they could quickly Google and confirm for me. Why do I need to farm? Engagement. So the system thinks. I don't actually know if an active chat is. Oh, fuck me, Exia. I don't know if an active chat. Honestly, like, this whole. I've just been stumbling upon and into this whole streaming thing. So I don't know what is good and bad. That's why, like, I have to split my time between YouTube and Twitch. One platform's about to implode on itself, and another wants to something. So, I don't know. I do feel like I should be farming chat for engagement, just like what the big streamers do, you know? It's like ask stupid shit all the time. But no, they run on nukes. No, this one runs on a GN drive, which is a solar engine. Okay? I don't know what that means. A lot of them run on nukes. The promise of nuclear energy is just more weapons. A little too real. A little too real. Yeah, a little too real. Actually, that is true. The GN drives were created in the in the gases of Jupiter, canonically speaking. Aeolia Was it Aeolia Shinberg or some shit like that? That was like the creator of the GN Drive and of Celestial Being. God, why do I remember this? I should be remembering important shit in my life. But no, I choose to remember like plot points in Gundam 00. Did you know Aeolia Shinberg created the first solar engine and is also the founder and creator of Celestial Being, as well as the Veda system. Aeolia Shinberg. I don't know how to pronounce his name, and I refuse to actually pronounce his name correctly. That's just a matter of principle at this point. I will mispronounce Aeolia Shinberg, whatever his name is. Aeoli Shinberg. All right, I don't care. He's dead. He's actually dead in the series. The Innovades killed him. I don't know. I think he just died. I can't remember. I know it was like he treated Ribbon's Almark. I almost said revival. I think he treated Ribbon's Almark as like a son or some shit like that. Aeolia Shinberg. Why do I know this? This is useless information. Nobody's gonna quiz me at the end of my life. Saint Peter is not gonna ask me in the gates of heaven, what is the name of the founder of Celestial Being and the creator, or one of the creators, of the GN Drive or the solar engine? Aeolia Shinberg. And if it is something Saint Peter is gonna ask me, then my God, I am getting into the pearly gates real quick. Unless he asks me like, who is the pilot of the O Gundam and the subsequent Reborn's Gundam, I am gonna slip up and I'm gonna say revival. My dumbass is gonna slip up and say revival. Gundam Revive. Reborns. You could tell I took a pause before saying Gundam Reborns because I almost said Gundam Revive. Revival. Fucker. He piloted one of the obviously one of the Innovade mobile suits. I'm not sure if it was the green one, like the lime, like the mint green one, or the other one. Who knows? Someone knows. I clearly don't. Also, to those who may be watching, we are multi-streaming on both YouTube and on Twitch. You will find links to the alternative streaming platform somewhere. I can't post my Twitch account link on YouTube because of YouTube reasons, but still the same name, baby. Deeps Chico all the way. You'll find it. You'll find it. If God wills you to find it, you will find it. We usually do the gaming streams, which is the more frequent streams, on Twitch currently. Things could change in the future, but at the moment it is all going to Twitch, but the VODs will be uploaded to YouTube. I don't know why I'm doing this spiel. I just feel like I need to. And then we will do hand cams, any build streams of Gundams or Legos on both platforms. That way you won't miss both. Gundam Revival. Probably, somebody probably revived under Gundam. Yeah, there's probably a revival Gundam out there somewhere. I wouldn't doubt it, because like a lot of times like they do have like edgy names for Gundams. Okay, here's a confession. One of the reasons why I really like Gundam 00 was the origins of the names, like Exia, Dynamis, Kyrios, Nadle, not necessarily Virtue. Well, Virtue is technically, I think, an angel, but I think it was like an Arabic angel. Exia is Exausia. Dynamis is Dunamis. Or like, they're not really all angels, but they're all related towards like occult, Arabic occultism. And then Nadle. And then Kyrios. Everything else, every other mobile suit, I don't know. I think Zabanya is definitely one of those angels or chariots. Raphael, Angel Raphael. Astrea. I don't know about Pluton. I don't know about Salud suit is definitely one of those. And what was Astrea, Pluton, Salud suit, and fuck, hold on. I got this. Holy shit. Who is it? Who is the fourth prototype? No, it's not Sumiragili Noriega. She is bad as hell though. Oh my god. This is all I have. My Gundam knowledge. Gundam 00 knowledge is all I have. I have nothing. I have no job. I got no bitches. I barely got money. Yes. Thank you. 19 Guardians of Hell. Some of them, yeah, in the Quran. What the fuck? Who was the fourth one? Astrea. It's because my brain remembers Kshatriya for some reason. Manuk. Chicken. Fuck. Hold on. I have to check. I have to check Twitch chat because somebody like confirmed it to me. Somebody confirmed this shit to me. Fuck it. I'm Googling it right now on my phone. Fuck it. Oh, you stupid fuck deeps. You know, like, fucking hell, this is some bullshit, bro. There's also Rizal, Gundam Rizal. Hold on, I got this. Abul Hul, there we go. Salud, Sadal Sud. Hold on, this is actually, I got the pronunciations wrong. Sadal Sud and Abul Hul. They don't make it easy for you, huh? Also, there's the Gundam Thrones. There's the Thrones. 1, 2 and 3. 1, 2, 3. Alright, 1, 2, 3. Just like my memory quickly forgets. Where was I? What was I doing? Who am I? There we go. Who am I? What am I doing? Where am I? Yeah. Something. You know, they're named after angels, guardians of hell, but they were cool, is all I'm... Irregardless of their origins. They sounded cool. And that's all I cared about. You know? Okay. Gundam Papaya. It has inflatable arms. Damn. Almost cancer-like, but we don't speak about the diagnosis. I do think that I'm damaging my lungs somehow, especially when I'm sanding this. Like, the microplastic cannot be good for my lungs. Wait. So... So wait. Okay. So Mr. Papaya is a Malaysian Popeye derivative who gains power through the consumption of papayas, his arms inflate like the said Popeye, but he's also allergic to the papaya. And through some miracle of irony and fate rather, he's also a papaya entrepreneur. That's what you just called you're royally fucked. That's just, God just hates him, you know? The bulging arms is an allergic reaction. So what gives him strength also kills him. Quite poetic. See, there's a lot more to learn from our local arts. You know? We tend to dismiss them as jokey, shallow facsimiles of existing works from the West typically, but there's some level of irony and almost poetic reality to Mr. Papaya gaining strength through an allergic reaction to papayas. You know, it's the beauty of life. Don't give him the antihistamines or he'll lose power. Hold on. I forgot to put on the Pokemon music again. There we go. There's a secret lab in the show. There's a connection. You know, Mr. Papaya, you know, the man wants to get him down. The man wants to get him down, man. But he won't let him. Okay. I think we're doing alright. How are you guys doing? I've kind of kept bits and pieces of my sanity as we've gone. It's still obviously... I'm still obviously insane. Because I've been talking about nonsense the entire time. Not that I make sense normally. But, fact of the matter is, it's more frequent. And it's making less sense than it did previously. So like can can Mr. Papaya eat mangoes? Does that like give him an adverse reaction for like bigger calves or something? I'll stop with the bit. You know, that's my problem. I commit to the bit. My whole life is a bit. Okay. So, I mean, the fact that it's taken me almost it's taken me exactly 4 hours. It's gonna become 5 hours at this point. To build this kit is insane. It's 3 runners. Who the fuck is CCAC, man? Hold on. CCAC, man, hold on. No, I can't stop. You know, this is... Hold on, give me a second here. Another superhero. Look, I've showed you guys Gundam Boy. I'll show you Elastic Man too. This is cultural exchange. I'll show you Elastic Man before I Google Seakak Man. There's 2 Elastic Mans, by the way. There's an OG Elastic Man, and there's the remake Elastic Man. Actually, there's 3 Elastic Mans. There's the OG Elastic Man. I don't know if this is the remake Elastic Man, but the second Elastic Man that I know is this one. I've already told you, he has the powers of an Elastic Man. If the name didn't already give it away. By the way, this Last Stick Man is the same actor as Gagam Boy, which I've shown you earlier. Sikak Man. There's Sikak Man 1, 2, and 3. I'm not gonna lie though. I think Sikak Man can exist in the same universe as Gagam Boy. I'm just saying. I think him and Gagam Boy can defeat Epis Man. I'll show you Epis Man. I think it's possible, dude. Like, this is literally Epis Man. See? Epis Man, Cockroach versus Gecko teams up. Gecko teams up with Spider. We only accept Vic Soto slander here. Last Stick Man. You gotta admit the glasses are kind of cool though. The Last Stick Man glasses. Hold on. You gotta admit the shitty Oakleys are kind of cool. The shitty Oakleys compared to like this Domino mask, it's kind of shit. This Domino mask, you know, can extend tongue. Spider-Man, like, look, dude, versus Epis Man. Epis Man ain't shit. I'm just saying, if Sikak Man and Gagam Boy team up, right? If Sikak Man and Gagam Boy rather team up against Epis Man, it's over for Epis Man. Just predation at that point. Now, Gagam Boy is gonna have to work really hard to make sure Sikak Man doesn't eat him also, but such is the way of life. Epis Man. I love how it's literally just Gecko Man. I mean, like, Spider-Man is literally just Spider plus Man. So there's nothing wrong with Sikak Man and Gagam Boy and Epis Man. It just sounds so bad. Respect to Sikak Man though, you know. Takes a lot of bravery to wear an outfit like that. I love how all superheroes have fake abs on their costumes. Let me show you Captain Barbell. You know what? Captain Barbell was my favorite growing up. I actually watched the fucking show. He had a banger like theme song too. So there was this is the OG the OG Captain Barbell. Not a good costume, you know. It's just like Superman, but the Captain Barbell I grew up with. See, this is the Captain Barbell I grew up with. All right, he had like a CB on his chest. Let me see if I can find a better photo. See, he had a CB on his chest. You can't really see it. That's the amulet. That's the alien amulet that Captain Barbell. That CB on his chest. That's an amulet that he spins, and it becomes a barbell that he lifts up. Lightning hits or some shit like that, and he transforms to Captain Barbell. All right? I don't know the science of transformation. I just know it happens. Southeast. Look, I'm just saying, Gagam Boy. I think Gagam Boy. Well, Supaida Man has his like Megazord. So maybe I was gonna say Gagam Boy could maybe fight Supaida Man, but I don't think that's entirely realistic considering that Supaida Man has a fucking Megazord. You know, apparently there's a lost media. I'm not making this up. There's a lost media movie from the Philippines called Batman versus Dracula. I'm not joking. Like there's posters of Batman versus Dracula. It was a clearly unlicensed movie that depicted Batman versus Dracula. But they never found a copy of it, or a surviving copy of it. Let me see if I can find it. Sorry, I apologize. Batman versus Dracula. It's Batman fights Dracula. And they never found a copy of it. It was made during like 1967. And it's like, it's never been found. There's been no existing copy of Batman fights Dracula. Clearly unlicensed. You know, no permission from DC Comics. But you could say we had Batman fighting Dracula. I would actually love to see it. Batman fights Dracula. But odds are, if there is a copy of the film, like the reels, it's like damaged beyond recognition, because I don't think humidity does wonders for celluloid film. They used to keep like film reels in like salt mines apparently, because it's dry. And there was a little known like horror movie called Event Horizon, which was its first original cut was so horrifying and so gory that they had to recut it for this theatrical release of Event Horizon. And the original cut was never released to the public and was kept in a salt mine. But for some reason they forgot which salt mine. I think they forgot which salt mine it was. Again, you need to Google this because I might be wrong. But so the legend goes. K's Keluang man is a bit depressing, I'm not gonna lie. He's just a tad bit, just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit depressing. You know, just not a lot. Just a bit. But did Keluang man fight Dracula? No. I don't think he did. It's just a pissing contest of who fought Dracula. Ah, it's a comedy. Well, technically. Batman fights Dracula. I swear to God, if somebody has a copy of Batman fights Dracula, I will want to watch it. And we will have a stream. I don't care about copyright. We will have a stream of Batman fights Dracula. Commissioner Gordon, but he hates. Oh, he's like J. Jonah Jameson. Let me pan a line. And I think we just need to make the waist, and that's pretty much gold. I need to Google what Keluang man looks like. Actually, I didn't do so earlier. Did I Google what Keluang man looks like? I feel like I haven't. And thus I must. And I will after I pen a line. Completely original. Completely original. Tiong man, completely original. Now, if they made him Tiong boy, a boy wonder, suspect. But as it stands, I believe Tiong man is a completely original and wholly unique concept. Sidekick of Kelawong man? Pff, I would have never thought. You know? Tiong a bird? Pff, who would have thought? Not me. Not this guy. I have to like look at the panel lines I did in the other leg to make sure I'm matching them. It's not gonna be 1-to-1 exact, but I mean it should be. It's literally symmetrical. Maybe I should have used the gray for the light gray parts, and something instinctually told me to do so, but I rejected that idea. It's fine. Just bad decisions. Okay, hold on. Alright. Who did we say? Kelawang man? Oh my god. What is this? Oh no. Is this... Oh no. Is this Tiong? Tiong man? Is this... I hate how small the ears are. Why? Why? Kelawang man. Why are you doing the Korean heart thing? Why is he doing this? I am vengeance. Does he actually say I am? If he says I am vengeance, I am Kelawang man. That's where I draw the line, Kelawang man. That's where I draw the line. You know, you gotta have a little bit of originality there, Kelawang man. I mean, at least his costume is red, maroon thing. I'll give him that. You know, it's not every day. It's not every day you'll have like a costume like that. So, you gotta give him props. This is weird. Oh, fuck. This is old school. Okay. So this waist joint is pretty old school in the sense that this thing connects both, and then it's completely separate from the waist armor. Huh, this is I mean, I knew this was a 2009 kit, but I didn't realize how old school this was gonna be. This is pretty old school, yeah. Okay. Alright. What is this? What is this? B25? Is this just to cover up the butthole? I think it is. Okay. A burning logo. Oh my god. Yeah, when he engraved Yeah, in The Dark Knight Rises. In Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight Rises, where he came back to Gotham and engraved basically like the bat symbol on a building on fire, like, you know, a burning bat sign. Kilowong, man. You gotta have a little bit of originality, Kilowong, man. You can't be biting off Batman right there. You know, but who am I to judge? Everything is iterative in life. Okay, we need B4, B5. Kilowong, man. Sucks for Kilowong, man, though, that his Commissioner Gordon dislikes him. I am taking my sweet time building this, but it's okay. Oh my god, yapping too much, talking too much, you know, but that's the essence of life. Through speech, life perseveres. Whatever, right? Whatever nonsense I have to say. Batman. I do miss seeing, like, I guess parody movies, right? Potentially rip-offs done by like the Philippines of existing Western movies. Because I think that's, you know, as much as it is just a rip-off, it's funny. Unfortunately, I don't think people have much of a taste for rip-offs as much as maybe back then. Like, people are a little bit more sensitive to it in the sense of like, that's clearly a rip-off. I don't know, I'm just talking out of my ass, by the way, so I don't know how true my statements are. Not that, you know, any of my statements are true. Or proven to be factual. Where is it? Oh, A. Okay. 24 and 26. (24 and 26). Ah, this goes in the back. I see. You know, Henry Cavill, right? Henry Cavill Superman. I always have, you know, I have a soft spot for Henry Cavill Superman because, like, I feel like he wanted to do a good job. The opportunity, unfortunately, he got fucked over. Essentially, Henry Cavill got fucked over because I think he wanted to play a good Superman, but, you know, just didn't pan out. But tis the ebb and flow of social media, unfortunately. That's what I've noticed is that, like for example, I really like the Thunderbolts movie, and after a few weeks of the Thunderbolts movie coming out, and when it got released on digital, everyone started shitting on it. When it came out, everyone was in on it. Yeah, like, you know, people are, I'm not saying that it's like bots, or like that it's if it's not bots, it's probably just crowd mentality of like liking the new thing and hating the old thing. Because again, from a Superman perspective, Henry Cavill's Superman, the Zack Snyder Superman, had issues, right? I liked what it was doing. Execution wise, not really. Some parts were cool, definitely. Some parts weren't. And I'm kind of sad to see that it didn't really pan out. But I think we're going to see, as you're saying, whenever a new version of a superhero movie comes out, people are going to start hating on it. Because like negativity promotes engagement. I promote stupidity. I'm more of like, I want to be stupid. I'll ask stupid questions to promote engagement. I'll ask chat to be my Google, even though I have my phone literally right next to me and I can ask my voice assistant. But I refuse to do so. But yeah, I think it's because like the algorithms of like YouTube and TikTok and like engagement works when you're negative. Like the more useless or the more negative things you say, regardless if it's true or not, someone's gonna comment. And when they comment, the algorithm thinks, oh, we should be boosting this piece of work, regardless of the actual content. So, But I'm kind of glad that like I'm not the only one who noticed like, what the fuck, you guys? You guys are just engagement baiting this whole time. And it's kind of shitty because it's like, it kind of blurs the lines of what is authentic and what is not. Because as much as I personally yap like a motherfucker, I also value a level of authenticity to the yapping. You know what I mean? Also, I don't know, to be honest, how YouTube Shorts really work, or like how the algorithm works. So my advice, just shoot your shot, bro. just keep posting whatever. It'll figure itself out. Hopefully. Okay. I see. Okay. Should I? No, you know what? We'll stick with the prescribed method by the runners or by the instruction booklets. But yeah, we'll do that. I was debating whether to put the sticker, like the yellow sticker on this thing, on the gray parts. But I'm gonna go with the prescribed method by the instruction manuals. And then we'll see how it goes. I always leave a little bit of like nub for the like the oh god, microplastics in my throat. I think it actually is. Hold on. You know how you can separate the skirts? I always leave a little bit of a nub to give it some friction. It's a bunch of stickers. But yeah, man, just I mean, I'm clearly not viral or le populaire to be giving advice as to how to make your content, but just, make your content, throw it out there, and keep improving, right? As much as you can. I don't have any advice because I personally also struggle with that stuff, so give it just give it a try. Good old college try. And as long as you're not like posting links to your shorts, it's fine. Don't worry about it. If we're just talking about like, oh yeah, I make shorts and stuff like that, as long as like you're not like outright promoting, it's fine. Don't worry about it. The worst the like the worst ones are the sex bots. They don't have those anymore on YouTube, but it's like free sexy girls. Before, when I first started out making like streaming on YouTube, there would be a lot of like these sex bots. Now on Twitch, this is the worst ones, in my opinion, is the people who are trying to sell you their art, but they might just, but they're bots. They're like solicitors trying to sell you their art while you're streaming. They'll ask you like, "Oh, how are you doing? How's your stream? What kind of games do you usually play?" And then they'll try to like sell you something. This is a poor application of the stickers. Yeah. And then they'll try to sell you their stuff. They're very persistent too. Streamboo.com is the worst. But I've already like banned Streamboo as a term. Yeah. And then the Discord ones are pretty bad too. You've probably seen them on other small streamers, right? These guys. But a lot of other streamers are more stringent than me as well, like compared to me, in a way. For these parts, I should have put the stickers on before putting the piece on the skirt. It's fine. You live and you learn. But yeah. Also the ones who are like, do you have like a Discord? It's like, I don't. I do for friends, but not for the streamings. I don't like to do that because they try to sell you stuff. Sell a soul. Okay. Wait, what sticker? Really now? Is this the right? Yeah. These wraparound stickers are killing me right now. I have half the mind to just not do the wraparound stickers for this one. But we'll do it. God, it's so bad. I didn't purposely make it bad. It just, my application was just bad. Streamboo.com, baby. That's right. Ain't no Streamboo coming over here. Yeah, this sticker is pretty bad. My application is bad. You could probably do it better, but we're gonna do the prescribed method as to the instructions. And, we're gonna do it. Immediately got, exactly, bro. Streamboo.com. I'd rather not have to see that in chat though, the streamboo.com. That's like, just makes sense, right? Okay. 25 and 24. 25 and 21? 25, 27. Just to try the word, yeah. There are like auto mod stuff you can do on Twitch. Like it's fairly decent. I'm sure there is for YouTube as well, but it's more intuitive on Twitch. But I'm sure if I just spend like 5 minutes, I can figure it out on YouTube too. Oh, fuck me. Oh, shit. I spilled the plastic all over me. Fucking shit. I've been storing this for easy disposal. Now it's... Hold on. Maybe I can still salvage the situation. I'll need to vacuum now. I mean, I always vacuum at the end of the streams. But, like, I need to vacuum more. God damn it. Hold on, let me just stand up to get all that microplastic out of my crotch. And let me just... Oh, God, my back. I am taking my sweet time doing this build, and it's not even really that good. I'm just using this as like a therapy session. Like, I got a lot of problems with my life, man. You know? got a lot of issues, man. Alright. I got like streamboo.com. Up my ass. Streamboo.com, always trying to... He got a lot of points there. Yeah, I actually do have to, one of these days, figure out how to do... Or not figure out how to do, but figure out some sort of... First, the emotes. To do that. And then the redeems and shit. We gotta figure that out. To make it more interactive for chat. More engagement, more likes. That is true. I think the sound stuff could be done, right? The sound stuff could absolutely be done. We will have to look into it. And in fact, I might look into it depending on how I feel. After this stream, it's holy shit, 5 fucking hours almost. What is wrong with me? sorry. What is wrong with me? Holy shit. This is a 3-runner kit. I've built more. It's because I keep talking this stream. You know why? It's because I haven't been streaming as of late. On both Twitch and on YouTube. I haven't been feeling myself, you know, these last few days. So, I'm making up for lost time. B24. What the fuck? Does it just sit there? Oh, this is cool. So like there's a little tabby tab that you pull up and it reveals a peg hole. I don't know what this is for though. I think it's for maybe gun storage. Maybe that's cool. I've never seen it have like, I've never seen like a gun storage be like a peg hole slider thing that you can just... That's cool. That's the surprising thing about this kit. That's actually pretty cool. A little butthole, you know? Actually, it's just a little butthole. It's not even me making a joke. Like, it actually just is a little booty hole. Okay. Then... Okay. Nothing happened. I am a bit... No, I'm super salty. I'm super salty that this doesn't have a beam saber. Like, honestly... like, there is a beam saber. But there's no beam saber effect. Like... I guess the 2008 recession really hit hard, huh? And they couldn't have updated it to just put in a beam saber effect. Okay. We're pretty much there. PC 9, 9. Okay, 2 9s. Camphor. Okay. I will say though, I think people probably were buying camphor more than this, right? So. Still, just one. One beam saber. I'm not asking for the world. Just asking for one beam saber. My God. It's not a lot. If you ask me. Just one beam saber, man. It's not a lot. Okay. Speaking of a lot. Yeah, this is old school. This is definitely old school. But is it still effective old school? I forgot to panel line the hips. I got so mad about the beam saber that I forgot to panel line some fine details. I would even say to forego the stickers, because I don't know. I don't think it makes it any more accurate. If you want the yellow, just paint it. I'm mad that this here, the yellow V-fin, is not actually yellow. Alright, so that is pretty much it. We do need the B22. Okay. Runner B is done. Completely exhausted. The fact that this only has one beam saber and they still didn't give us a beam saber effect part is Jesus Christ. Yeah, so I do like the look of the O Gundam just on its own. Technically, there are extra parts here for Runner A. I don't know where these belong. I think this is a GN condenser, which I will just clear out so that we can get a Runner A. I think this is a GN condenser here to replace the GN pack, but I don't know what these two vents are over here. I'd like to think that they are some sort of maybe thing for the GN condenser. Who knows? But technically speaking, aside from these two, or these rather three extra parts, Runner A is also done. Yeah, Runner A is done. Condensed milk. It's always good. Gives you diabetes. Alright. We need the Wings of Destiny. Not the Wings of Destiny. Whatever these are. The wings of an angel. It's very paper thin. Oh, this. Okay, hold on. We have an opportunity here to. How do we. Oh. I see. Is that how they want us to pose it? You can pose it like that. Plutone build. Maybe we. I'm trying to save Plutone for like a special occasion. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe we'll do Plutone. No guarantees. I do like the look of this. Like, truthfully, okay, the yellow does help, but to me, Bandai, I don't know why Bandai cheaped out on this kit so much, where just give us yellow for like this very little, like there's like 5 yellow parts, Bandai. I swear to God. But yeah, let me get the pose from the series, and then the wings of. Goddamn GN drive. Just pop out, bro. Oh, we're not doing Plutone today. But yeah, we will. Hyakushiki. Maybe we'll do. Actually, you know what? Maybe we'll do Hyakushiki because it's not too difficult. I mean, it doesn't look thick. The box doesn't look thick. Oh, fuck me. I need like... You know there's like a tool, a separator that Bandai sells? Thank God I didn't cut my nails today. But maybe we'll do Hyakushiki next time. Which is the front? Okay, this is the back. This is the front. Okay. His skirting just fell off. Okay, like it's... I mean... Hold on. Fuck. It is a bit finicky. Like some parts feel loose, some parts feel light, but that's just the polycaps of life, I think. Alright. I mean... There he is. That's the old Gundam, baby. I mean, honestly, not bad. The effect part is... I don't mind Hyakushiki being difficult. It's just the thickness, the amount of plastic. So complexity is fine. We can work with that, right? But yeah. You know what? I might want to display the O Gundam. In fact, I have here Exia. And this is the O Gundam. Unfortunately, they didn't give me the effect part for the burst for Exia, but let me get another action base. I'm gonna have to remove a Gundam from an action base. Give me a second here. Alright. We're gonna have to like remove my Striker GNX, my custom Striker GNX from his home. He will have to return to his box because I don't have enough action bases going around for them. So let me just get this guy. I would love to build a proper GNX one of these days, but it's kind of hard to find. Yeah. I'm tempted to just give him the orange GN Tau beam saber, but that's not canonical, is it? And gotta remove the butthole. See that thing over here? That's the butthole. Gotta remove it. The fingerprints, it's fine. We don't clean the fingerprints. It's called battle scars. Alright, that's damage. Battle damage. The gun is kind of anemic, but like it makes sense. Being like this is the prototype. They've never seen this before. Blah blah blah. He saved Setsuna F-Seiei in the war. Alright. That's okay. You know what? This isn't so bad. Again, I would love to have a camera here to just show you what I'm seeing here, but this isn't so bad. It's actually pretty decent. The skirting is very loose, unfortunately. Everything, the gun does not want to stay in position, but everything else seems pretty good. Let me see if I can just, yeah. I mean, he's a bit, I'll need to fix the alignment of the base, but everything looks pretty decent. Pretty good. Pretty good if I do say so myself. So, it's kind of like anticlimactic that I'll put Exia and the O Gundam right next to each other, but you don't really see what's going on. I'll post a picture on the Twitter of these two bad boys. Exia is a bit dusty, but it'll do just fine. We don't have the effect parts for Exia, unfortunately, but it'll do. And then there's the Striker GNX custom. My custom, aka just put some parts together. But yeah, man, it's dope. I like this color variation of the O Gundam much more than whatever the AEUG, whatever it's called, the second season coloration is for the O Gundam. I much like this color here. Because it's, I don't know, there's something about it that just feels more unique, and I think it is because it's monochromatic, and that makes it cool. It's pretty cheap too. It's a pretty cheap kit, so yeah. This has been the O Gundam. Took much longer than anticipated, 5 hours. I'm just gonna yap for the next 4 hours so that we can make it to 5. Not 4 hours, sorry, 4 minutes. Sorry, I'm not gonna subject you to 4 more hours of me. But yeah, we're gonna stagger our gunpla builds. So maybe next time we'll do something like the Lego Batmobile, and then we'll do Hyakushiki, and then we'll take a little break maybe. I still need to find a job, so I can't be spending so much money on the gunpla or model kits in general. So there's that. But yeah, it's great to be back. I was gone from streaming for like 3 days. It felt like forever being gone for like 3 days. I'm not gonna lie, but I think I'm back. You guys are gonna see more of me playing video games on Twitch, twitch.tv/deepschico, DEEPSCHICO, and that's youtube.com/deepschico as well. Same spelling, DEEPSCHICO. I've never actually done that kind of promotion of myself where I spell out my name. You know, people have a hard time pronouncing my name, Deeps Chico. It was originally supposed to just be Deeps, but that's not a username available because I'm sure someone out there's name is Deeps. No, we're a Bandai house here. No. It's just much harder to source. And unfortunately, the reality is like, we'll see how the tariffs go in America. You know, because like, we'll see. And to me, it's like, I'll just get the Bandai stuff. I'm sure it'll be fine. But if you like bootleg, that's fine too. I'm not saying no. But anyways, yeah, man. So I think next week maybe we'll build Batmobile, and then we'll do Hyakushiki next. And yeah, life is good. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you for dropping by, everybody who came by. To those who are watching on YouTube, the VOD, or alive, mostly the VOD at this point, leave a like and subscribe. To those who are watching on Twitch, feel free to drop a follow if you haven't. I actually still have 45 seconds before we hit the 5-hour mark, but we'll leave those seconds for the ending. But anyways, tell your friends about me, you guys. Tell them to subscribe, tell them to follow, tell them to do whatever it is we need to do. And I'll see you guys next time. And remember, Bandai, just give us the yellow plastic. Alright, and the beam saber effect. See you guys next time. Bye. Bam.